Oh, there it goes. Now can you guys hear us?
Yeah, hopefully, can you guys hear us now?
Okay, cool. There you go. There we go.
Welcome everybody to the Artake Keepstar Loop Pinata edition. Sorry, we we had to do a last minute swap of streamers, so it's a little bit of setup, but it's okay.
Well, anyways, dude, low. I am so looking for. I got it all the way up, dude. I blame Life Shifter, dude. I blame Life Shifter too, man. Like, absolutely.
It could be just me low because everybody's been complaining I'm low lately.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, Ginger, you got hot potatoed with this one, so yeah,
dude. I literally got thrown into
this. You've done well,
like,
mate. You've done well.
Okay, appreciate it. Hey, is that a little better, guys? Because I'm adjusting it. Pro stream right here, dude. Absolutely. I blame my speakers for being turned down. Then that's probably the issue. Absolutely.
I mean that's always the safety though, right? Like having your speakers turned down just in case it's too loud.
I mean, at least we know that we can blame Horrendous for that, and it's not our fault.
Yeah, that's true. Blame Horrendous.
The blame game is strong.
Well, anyways, let's get back to this Keepstar. So, what the hell? Why are we blowing this up? Life? Tell us the story, man. Tell us background. But
I'm the wrong person to be doing that because I don't even follow EVE politics and stuff anymore.
All right, so who's the one that can explain it?
I think Dirk, you can do some story time.
Yeah, that's Dirk for story time.
All right, give me 2 seconds just to cloak up on this gate because I'm still burning to Artake myself, and then I will do a little bit of a story time on this.
There we go.
Right.
Story time with Uncle Dirk.
So what happened here? AOM, Army of Mangoes or Fraternity declared war on Army of Mangoes. They were coming in to attack them in Esoteria and Impasse. Army of Mangoes actually won the first fight on that first day, and then suddenly decided that they didn't want to fight anymore as an alliance and wanted to collapse into Ranger Regiment. They spoke to us about, handing off their this Keepstar, which was their staging Keepstar in Esoteria. And, this was originally passed off from test, I believe, in Artake. So, yeah, they handed us a Keepstar, we gave them an ACL access for 24 hours, and then when that was done, we abandoned it and we're going to go Pinata. Story time in 2 minutes.
Story time in 2 minutes. So
I think we need more time than this stream will last to explain the whole story about this.
Yeah, but I mean, kind of the main
complex.
Yeah, I mean, but the main thing is somebody tried to fuck goons. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. So if somebody tried to screw over the goons, our fearless leadership caught it, and now we're taking retribution. Right? That's my understanding.
Basically, that's right, yeah.
Oh, did the tie-dye finally kick in? So I'm looking forward to seeing a Keepstar blow up. Like, that's just awesome. I think it's going to be fantastic. I think seeing this whole thing just go boom, boom is going to be exciting for those of you that have never seen one. It doesn't look like it's going to blow up. Why do you say that, Lords?
We haven't started shooting it yet.
Yeah.
But it's a piece of history here, because this is actually going to be the first abandoned Keepstar in Nullsec to die ever.
I was actually just going to say, when was the last abandoned Keepstar died? I think that was Hard Knocks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in wormhole space. This is the first one to ever happen in Nullsec.
Yeah, it wasn't abandoned, it was just wormhole mechanics, which dropping everything there.
And of course, it has to be the Imperium breaking that with the big fat bee flying above the top of the Keepstar.
Shooting our own shit, as usual.
Right. And then there is loot in here, everybody. So for those of you that are saying, oh, watch nothing drop out, there is shit in this. We have confirmed that, I believe.
I believe it's an old staging one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
This is a staging Keepstar. We're expecting a lot of cans. Nobody knows how long it's going to take them to pop up on grid. We did actually run a test at one point on the NOL Fortizar, the faction fort on Singularity, that was converted over from a station. That broke Singularity when we popped that for fun. So this could be an interesting thing. The node may not survive.
Yeah, because that's going to be a lot of cans and a lot of messages to the server to try and get all the items that are in there out into space. That's going to, with everyone in system as well, it's going to be quite a bit of a chug for the server.
Yeah, as far as I can remember, for the Hard Knocks Keepstar and wormhole space, it took over 1 hour to load all cans.
Damn. Will Villy jump 6,000 people in? I don't think so.
Right. And one piece of advice for those people that are here to get the loot, be careful on what you grab, because there are specific fleets that are going to shoot you if you're not supposed to grab it. So for those of you that are just thinking that you can come in here and just grab shit, it's not going to work. I believe that is correct. Isn't that what my Foon said?
Yeah, essentially, it's a case of once all the cans have spawned, I think, as far as I'm aware, the Alliance are taking a cut, and then GSOL are taking a cut, and then to obviously recruit losses from past war. But I think then once it's been sifted through, and if there's anything ridiculous in there, we'll go to the Alliance. But then when there's I don't know, a few 100 billion left on the field, I think it may be declared a free for all, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that yet.
Right, I'll go through the loot rules real quick, because there was a ping about this to Goonswarm on the and our allies who are on the Goon Fleet services. If it's a capital with any ship, any capital ship with a jump drive, that's going to go to the state. GSOL and Coord are going to do an initial sweep to grab all of the stuff that's like that. They're going to grab things like the Keepstar core, stuff like that. Once that's all done, people will be told, go right ahead, go have fun. But if you find capitals, let FC's directors know, please not me while I'm on stream. And then anything subcap, people can go ham. Just grab whatever you can grab, and it's going to be a feeding frenzy.
This is going to happen in about 20 minutes or so, I think.
I think they want about the explosion. But yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to be cool. I mean, if this is your first time ever watching a Keepstar blow up and just a bunch of people just going after shit, this is going to be fun. It's going to be really neat.
Cue Benny Hill music.
Right. Absolutely.
Now, for those people that aren't sure what this structure actually is. This is the biggest citadel you can get in the game, apart from the Palatine Keepstar. This can dock supercarriers and titans in them, which is the only structure in the game able to do so, unless you have one asset safety, but that's a whole other situation. Now, these cost roughly between 160 to 190 billion ISK on the market in materials if you were to make one. And they're normally an alliance effort to get hold of them and to set them up. And this, I believe, was where the alliance / coalition that used to live here then staged all their ships, including all their fleet doctrines. It's basically the equivalent of like Imperium's 1DQ1 Imperial Palace. So there's lots of market orders, there's lots of contracts up, there's lots of corp hangers and stuff like that in here that will get ejected into space.
You need to rush home and grab a ship? You might want to grab 2 or 3.
Yeah, if you've got ults, bring them.
Yeah. And if you are not blue, besides Frat, because right now we're not shooting Frat, because Frat's here to help. But if you're not blue, I probably wouldn't come to the system.
So if Frat go for loot, they will be shot.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate their help all this week. You know, them helping us sit on Army of Mangoes and make this possible. But yeah, no, this is an Imperium party, and
you will be shot on
they
sight.
will be shot.
Yeah.
Ginger, can you pop your overview on for a second just
Absolutely.
to explain? Because currently we have, as Dirk has just said, we've got Army of Mangoes here that have been helping throughout, basically sitting on...
FRT, not Army of Mangoes.
Sorry, FRT, sitting on AOM with us, making life very difficult for them. And they said that they've been helping, but as you can see on the overview, they are here in shuttles and Reapers, so I think they're obviously going to try and grab anything that they can, but that's to be expected.
There's a lot of ships here. So far in the system, there's 2,533 ships in the system. So that's just freaking huge, dude. I mean, everybody's came here to have some fun. It's going to be fun, right?
Yeah. I mean, these sorts of events don't happen that often, and obviously when they do, it's a lot of fun because it's like a big snatch and grab, and then there's it's basically like weapons free on bloody neutrals and whatnot that come in to try and take something. So it's basically if someone comes in or someone gets pointed out to be shot, you just lock them up and kill them as fast as you can.
And if you're in local, say hi, so that way your mom can see you in local chat.
Hey, look, Mom on TV.
There you go. Hi, Mom. Everybody's doing it. We got alien, dude. Locals like popping off, dude. That's crazy. It's like a freaking Christmas tree on my overview, man. It's just like everything's blinking.
Rubber Duck. The Reds are FRT, Fraternity, and any other friends that I think it is all Fraternity. They are not currently being shot because they are sat on a Fortizar over in the distance, waiting for this to die. All the loot starts coming out, and then they just warp in and warp out with whatever they can.
And tie-dye is in effect, currently at 52%. So, what type of loot are you guys hoping that we get out of this?
I'm hoping to see some people that logged off in Titans and Supers just popping into space.
I mean...
because that's what happened.
Right. I mean, from my understanding, because I heard that there might be at least 10 Titans. Is that what you guys heard?
I heard a rumor it was double figures.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah, but you don't know how many used asset safety.
Yeah.
It's a big old question mark right now, but it's a safe bet that there will be probably at least a few.
Confirmed 10 plus is what we're getting.
Rubber Duck, the corp who own this, why would they just leave all this stuff? Essentially, well, I believe...
Really?
Yeah, they didn't really have an option because I believe we took it off them. They passed it over, sold / whatever it was to us, and because it's a staging Keepstar, we thought, right, let's let it go abandoned, and then we'll get all the loot because AOM are a-holes.
So, further little bit of history on that. Army of Mangoes fought against us in the whole big war that just happened. You know, World War B, World War B 2, the Vietnam, whatever you want to call it. They fought against us. They then kind of tried to basically get some safety out of us by giving us this, throwing us this Keepstar and then trying to merge into Ranger Regiment. We gave them the deal that, you know, we'll take it off you, sure. You'll be ACL'd for 24 hours. We stuck by that, as we stick by all of our deals. And then at the end of that 24 hours, they were cut off the ACL. And we decided, why not abandon it? Because, you know, it's a big old loot pinata.
So anyone that didn't do anything in that 24 hours has got their stuff here and they can't get back in.
Yeah, unless they hit asset safety, there is no option for them. And I believe they can't asset safety now because it's gone abandoned. I believe.
Yeah, I think asset safety is.
Safety. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is disabled once that happens.
Do we know how expensive it is to get a Titan out of asset safety?
Well, is it 10%?
It doesn't cost you anything to asset safety it in the initial point. But to unlock it, if you're in the same system, I think it's 5%, and then if it goes to low sec, it's 15% of the estimated value.
Which the estimated value on supers is pretty balked because they're not sold on the market. So,
you've also got to think that as of April last year, the estimated value on Titan's supers, basically any capital ship, went up massively because of CCP's industry changes. So, like, these things are worth a hell of a lot more now.
Well, I think judging by that Eve Cookbook website that calculates all the materials costs and everything like that, I think I worked it out 300-ish billion build cost for a Titan. So if you're looking at 15% of that, you're talking, what, 40 billion-ish just to get your Titan back out? Which is more than some people paid for them when they were back in the day.
Oh, dude, that is expensive, bro.
It's a lot of liquid ISK to have on hand for a lot of players as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so far the system is over, or it's almost at 3,000. I actually kind of guess that we'll have over 4. Some people are saying that we'll probably have nearly 6,000 people in system in order to get this. That is crazy.
Okay, I'm in one of the fleets, and we just got the command to shoot the Keepstar, so it's going to beginning now.
Oh, here we go.
Yep, you can see people maneuvering around it now. I've actually turned Eve sound on, believe it or not. I haven't had it on for years, and I've just thought on the way here, I heard the new sounds for the warping and whatnot, and I don't know how I feel about it all.
Oh, I don't know if I want to turn on the sound or even move because of how many ships are here.
Probably better to not turn it on.
Yeah, probably not.
We are going to keep an eye on the damage, though, so we can see it right here, guys, for those of you that are wondering, but how do we know when it's going to blow up? Well, that's how we're going to know.
Rubber Duck, and you have played Eve for, well, obviously, yes, we have played Eve for a while, maybe for a year. I'd like to play like this, organised, etc. It's such a different gameplay. I just have not found the right place for me yet. The players like this, well, in high sec, you're not really going to get this sort of level of warfare because it's not always viable. And a lot of people in high sec, if anyone is in high sec, a lot of people in high sec are out for themselves. The small groups are out for themselves to make themselves rich. But when you come into like a null sec block or a null sec alliance / group, it's all sort of like, as Dirk said, for the state. So you all work under one banner. But to summarize that whole sort of comment there, Karma Fleet is recruiting.
No, Ascendance is recruiting more. Kick-ass-y. All right.
I'm not sure that's possible.
Hey, but the best, and I will just say this for Ascendance, okay? The best FCs come from Ascendance, okay? Okay?
I think Apple Pear will disagree with you on that.
First rule of Eve, don't trust anyone. Absolutely. Yo, my Ascendance brothers and sisters in chat, man, go ahead and put Kick-Aski in there for me. Let's show these Karma Fleet brothers how we do it.
Oh, I don't know. You started an internal war there.
I can't help it, man. All right. And I love my corpse so much. Like, I would do anything for my corp. We shooting yet? If you're in a fleet, listen to your FCs. They'll tell you. But from my understanding, they are starting to shoot. As you can see, all the ships are starting to come in. So they
Can you say hi to Uma for me and Naski?
Absolutely. How much in trillion is the Keepstar steel storage estimated? It's billions for sure. If it's confirmed that 10 plus Titans are in here, it's going to be billions. Possibly. I mean, what do you guys think on how much ISK is inside this Keepstar?
Double digits of Titans makes it probably 3.5 to 4 trillion ISK easy with the current build costs of Titans, and then from there, you've got all of the potential subcaps, faxes, carriers, Black Ops ships, the lot. There's a lot of potential for this.
I mean, just remember they got over 3,000 clones in here.
That is but the clone bay was turned off by Mittani, though, if I'm correct, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he stripped it and killed every clone fitted to this.
Yeah, over 3,000 clones.
277 clones specifically.
Yeah. Dude, that is freaking crazy.
Just think about all the implants that died.
Where's this one located? It's in Artak, eh?
All the Titan clones.
Oof. I'm just having a browse through contracts in system now.
Hello.
Hey, my friend, what's going on, buddy?
Coolio, thought I'd pop in, give an update to what's been going on as far as some of the fleets out here.
Go right ahead, man.
So at the moment, we have most of the Imperium forces locking down the area around the Keepstar, shooting wrecks, making sure that nobody can warp in. Pretty much at this point, Fraternity is still kind of, as long as they don't fuck with anything, then we're not going to do anything to them. But if they start, this is our loot, and we've been given permission to shoot at them if they start doing bad things.
It is a dome of ships, man. I mean, so you've already been given the command for your fleet to go ahead and watch out for people that are not supposed to be looting to shoot them down?
Yep, that is confirmed. We do have an Imperium fleet that me and Alterari are heading up, and we're basically watching out for any Imperium people that are looting things when they're not supposed to be looting things. And if that happens, well, then we're the Commissar fleet.
I love a good Commissar fleet.
I know, right? Like, when's the last time you actually had a full-fledged Commissar fleet? It's an honor.
It was at the start of the war, actually. Well, it wasn't a dedicated Commissar fleet, but there was a lot of people in fleet that were being dicks. So I think about 10 or 15 people got Commissar'd.
Yeah, we're literally dedicated, sitting on a perch, just watching loot histories, watching everything on grid, and if there is a blue that is looting when he's not supposed to, he's going to get blapped by 200 different windrunners.
Oh wow. Yeah, somebody's jumping in on the front.
Oh, who's jumping in?
Yep. We do have
the Titans.
Yeah, we
Titans
do
are coming into play.
Yeah, everything's coming in from Init. So they're seeing some action.
Hey Pappy, take note, there's no Sino jammers.
Oh, wait.
Sorry,
It's only at one.
Had to, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we do want to congratulate Init on their new Esoteria Keepstar.
Yes, their brand new Esoteria Keepstar, and a big old congratulations to Brisk for taking a shot out of the model of an avatar at DC.
What kind of view do you want, man?
That's so unsanitary, Jesus.
I mean, bro, people were... Don did it, Brisk did it, Mark did it, Aramis did it.
Everyone did it, is absolutely fine, right?
That makes it all better.
Yes, it does.
exactly.
Is that a better view for you viewers? I'm doing my best here.
Don't listen to Redline. That was just Redline.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's Redline. Yeah, never listen to Redline. All right, y'all. I'll be heading out, getting this fleet ready. But good luck. ASCII is recruiting as always.
Yes.
And enjoy
Yes.
the show.
So it's common for.
Shh. That's good.
Appearing news, can I come? Altari, no. You are the only one not allowed in here.
He's been in here before.
I know. I'm just fucking with Altari. He's a cool dude.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Monsieur Greggles.
It appears that some tie-dye may be occurring in the system. Eh?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like probably turn off my. I mean, we're at 11% right now. I might have to turn off some stuff. I don't know. I mean, as long as you guys are okay with this view, and I try not to downgrade the graphics for you guys so that you can actually see everything.
I just wouldn't move around a whole lot if you got graphics.
No, I'm not gonna move around a lot at all.
So that's where alternative views will come in. If like all camera views from other people, if they have them, we could share them in here.
I think slideshow views is slideshow Eve is the best Eve, right?
Right. There's just so many people in here. We have over 3,000 people in system right now. Imperial News, what is tie-dye at? Tie-dye is currently at 11 or 14%. 14%.
It's up and down. We've currently got a local count on my client of 3,140-ish.
Yeah, same here.
Why would we tell people to pull drones? They're shooting a Keepstar, killing a Keepstar.
Now, what can we expect when all of a sudden there's 3,000 objects in space? What's going to happen to the server then?
It's going to struggle. It's going to chug for a minute.
Yeah, because I was told that, I mean, but do you guys think that we can actually probably destroy this node? Do you think that the node will go down?
That's a possibility.
I'd say it's definitely a non-zero chance.
Now, according to what I've heard, which is great, right? Because that's the best fucking source of information. What I've heard is that people have talked to CCP and said, hey, look, this is happening. So make sure that everything's reinforced and all that.
I'm not aware of any specific requests, but CCP do have a process for requesting reinforced nodes for big events. We had reinforced nodes for M2, the most recent record-breaking fight. We had reinforced nodes for FWST. Both fights happened during Vietnam. CCP do this pretty regularly for people who are planning on bigger than usual fights. But there's still no guarantee that the servers will survive more than anything else.
I mean, this is just crazy.
And with the Keepstar being in abandoned mode now, does that mean the resists are offline, or?
It means that this should be a straight kill. I think it does mean that there are reduced resistances.
Right.
I'd have to double check the specific mechanics, but this shouldn't take too long in terms of the real-time equivalent. I think the real-time equivalent to kill an abandoned Keepstar is still hovering somewhere around that half-hour mark, which means the tie-dye is gonna make it extensively longer, but we'll see how things go.
Yeah, we are currently at 75% shield.
Yeah, so we've gone through a quarter pretty quickly, but I suppose that's thanks to the Titans that are laying down a lot of the DPS.
It's only the shield. We have to kill armor and structure too.
that is precisely 1/12 of the damage that needs to be done today.
So for the people that don't know fractions, Dirk, what's that as a percentage?
1/12 as a percentage is... Ooh, now you're asking. Somewhere in the region of 8%. 8.25%, I think, is the actual number. 125. It's got me covered in Twitch chat.
Oh well, this is a Keepstar that we got from a sort of diplomacy deal, and it belonged to Army of Mangoes. So after the deal was done and the time had elapsed for any arranged sort of agreements to go on, we decided to let it go abandoned because it's a staging Keepstar. And if it dies when it's abandoned, all their loot that's left in here is dropped.
Yeah, the Imperium picked up this Keepstar through some diplomacy and geopolitics that was going on between Fraternity and Army of Mangoes, and obviously Army of Mangoes fought against us in Vietnam and the Big War, so... No, what? Okay, I'm not even going to deal with that in Twitch chat. Yeah, so we had an ACL agreement with AOM for 24 hours on this Keepstar. After that, they were removed from the ACL, and we pulled all of the modules, all of the fuel, and it dropped into that low power state. And because Goonswarm have owned it for a week, and nobody has come and tried to shoot it in that week, we have an abandoned Keepstar to make into a loot pinata.
Now, do we have any intel on what is certain to be there, and how would that intel be gathered? And that's a spy question.
That is a spy question. I imagine that would be somewhere along the lines of the Black Hand, that sort of area, the spooky dark side of the Imperium that no one likes to talk about because technically the Black Hand don't exist. And anyone speaking about them probably disappears. But I'm sure there's been some inside information on exactly what's in here, but I don't think that will get released because, I don't know, it might attract half the universe.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh man, is that all Ferrari?
Good evening.
It is.
Yeah, what's up, Altari? How you doing, buddy?
I'm just here to shoot blues that are not following the rules.
Oh, are you the police?
I am the police.
Just don't shoot me, okay?
Follow the rules.
I'm just sitting here, man. I ain't doing shit. All right.
Now, do you have a hair trigger, El Ferrari?
That's a nice way of putting it.
Did you talk to Wibla prior to this? And
I got all of the
tips and tricks.
All of them. Every tip and trick that Wibla and Anomaly had to offer. We had a council meeting. We sat there for 3 hours, and they gave me all the tips and tricks to shooting blues.
So my question is how are you going to know if a blue is doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, or even fact or frat? Told. Oh, okay, gotcha.
And we are shooting frat right now.
Oh, we are. Okay. So if they get too close, what? Then we're just going to plap them out of the sky?
Per Mittani's ping, we're allowed to shoot frat.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, just to let you know, there are over 180 noob ships around this Keepstar. And a lot of them are red right now.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First up, you mentioned Wibbler there. I have to, support my boy, Free Wibbler. Give us back our Friday night pings.
Free Wibbler. Absolutely free Wibbler.
But just to kind of go over the loot rules once again. Once this dies and the server survives or not, we'll see what happens. But once we actually have everything sorted, things have spawned, all the cans are there, there's a state fleet with some Coord guys, some G-Sol guys, a couple of others. They will go through and do an initial sweep on the most promising cans, or what we think are the most promising cans. Then at a certain point, once they've checked that and got out most of what they think is the state's stuff, so again, that's capital ships, so jump drive capable capital ships, is going towards the state, as is the structure loot. Beyond that, everything will go to the line members who can grab it, but if you find a capital ship, obviously you should be letting people know and handing that off to the state, because I don't know if you know, but we just had a big war that we won, and we've got to replace some of those tactical assets. Yes, Mr. Guggenot. But basically, once that fleet is done, people will be told, "Hey, go free, find whatever you want, have fun."
And until that moment, if you go free without being permitted to, I get to shoot you.
Yes.
It's just really interesting how they know which cans are important and which not.
The cans, I believe, are supposed to pop out with names on them, and there's various ways in which we know which names are, well, priority targets, I guess.
Well, yeah,
okay, understandable.
I actually went on on the test server ages ago, like mid-war, just to test something out for a fit that I was using, and someone had actually come and destroyed the Satoyo opposite Imperial Palace. I was like, wow. And yeah, Dirk's right. The corp hangars are labeled.
Well, and on top of it, the Imperial Palace has been killed on Sissy like 6 times. So.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah, it's been killed on there multiple times.
God, imagine that is some hell of a loot, Pinata. Unless it's abandoned, then especially it wouldn't be if it was abandoned. It wasn't abandoned, sorry.
So, what doctrines did these guys fly? What doctrine ships can we expect from the cans?
So they have all the similar doctrines to us. They have Munins, they have Serbs, they've got obviously their capital fleets, so their Titans, Supers, Caps, Dreads, Carriers, the whole 9 yards. They've got, in my experience, it's going to be Munins or Serbs, and if it's neither of those, some of them have Gila fleets. I don't know if AOM had a Gila fleet, but there's that as well. There's some other niche little doctrines, like, for example, I know at one point someone, I don't know if it was AOM, but ran Nightmares. So it could be anywhere all over the place, but expect Munins and as well as Serbs to be their primary doctrines that drop.
Expect Munins sounds like the name of a grunge band.
Munins.
So what you're saying is we're going to create a grunge band, Gruggles?
Yeah, called Expect Munins. Dave Archer is going to be the front man.
I do believe it's Moonin, not Munin.
It's Moomin.
Well, that's a different thing entirely.
I don't know how to say it, but that's what I know we should expect. And holy crap, tie-dye.
Can I get an update on the percentage of the Keepstar from somebody, please?
Yes, we are currently sitting at 59% shields.
Okay, I'm definitely not doing the fraction maths on that.
So I pushed a button 5 minutes ago in system in the Fortizar to board my shuttle for my capsule, and yeah, it's still doing it.
So maybe some of the people in chat don't know, guys, actually whose Keepstar this was. Can you guys explain the the Alliance Corp that was in this Keepstar, and a quick overview on why we're kicking them out again and why we're killing it?
Right, okay, I guess that one's on me again because nobody else is jumping in. So this was owned by Army of Mangoes, who are a primarily Chinese time zone alliance. They initially came over from Serenity, from the Pan-Intergalactic Business Community group over there. They came over when Serenity was kind of shut down for a while a few years back. They came over at roughly the same time as Fraternity and a couple of other alliances, and they all set up to basically just be alliances in the Chinese time zone, like we have alliances in the Russian time zone or the US time zone. And they did a few things. They've been enemies with Fraternity for basically the entirety of their time on Tranquility. Kind of middle of last week, they decided, after Fraternity declared war and came down, and Army of Mangoes won their first fight against Fraternity, and then a day later decided that they were going to collapse and merge into Ranger Regiment. We had no idea about this, so Ranger Regiment were asked to leave. But overall, like they've been a fairly solid alliance for I think 4 or 5 years at this point, and it was kind of interesting to see them collapse. Just to kind of give people the context on the Keepstar again, they kind of approached Goonswarm with a deal to have ACL access to get their stuff out while we would own the Keepstar. We gave them that. That deal was for 24 hours after they handed it over. Then, at that point, Mittani decided to pull all of the... Well, obviously it's a Keepstar in Esoteria, and we don't want to be in Esoteria too much, so Mittani decided, let's pull the rigs, pull the modules, pull the fuel, and kill it, and have a loot Pinata, which takes the 7 days of low power to go into the abandoned state, and now here we are shooting it.
Now, is there any strategic importance to Esoteria for us in Delve?
Not really. It's a shit region.
A little bit, and it backs onto Catch, and Catch is one of the main invasion routes into Aquarius and then into Delve. But beyond that, it's not hugely important for us. We've got our space in Fountain and Delve and Aquarius and Period Basis, and by and large, we're quite happy about that. Quite happy with that, I should say, sorry.
So there'd be no point in expanding out here, right?
Well, that's a lesson. That's a lesson that goes back to the initial introduction of Aegis of. If you overexpand, then you've got to defend all of that space. And in Tosis, mechanics, as we all know, are fun and engaging.
Yeah, because if you remember one from his HRH Villy and Piggle, they were saying that they wanted to own Fountain, Delve, Aquarius, Catch, Esoteria, and they wanted to own the entire south. Now, that's, even for the Imperium, that would be pretty impossible to be able to hold it all and defend it all, because that much space, you just can't be in that many regions at once, even with people like the Imperium's participation in fleets and or whatnot. You just can't do it. You spread too thin, you're gonna screw yourself over. But could be one of those things where we're just like, yeah, if you want to go out there, go ratting on your own or go doing the sites or whatever, then fine. Obviously, some people do that. They go there because it's quiet and the bounty risk modifiers are a bit higher from the farmed areas. So you'll get people that do it out there. I used to take a marshal out and doing... when I wasn't doing Black Ops dropping, when I used to do 8 out of 10s and 10 out of 10s in it, and it was so easy to do those, because it's just you find a site, jump to it, do the site, go. So I think it will be like basically what we did with Aquarius, where we just left it as like a big Royal Rumble arena sort of thing. Just let whoever wants it to come in, fight for the space, and just don't get involved. Just let smaller groups grow in there.
Oh, it's interesting. That's for sure, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. Instead of just being like Horde and Fraternity, where you own 200 plus systems and you rent them out, let other small groups live in those systems, let them grow, develop as an alliance, and then they might actually be someone worth having skirmishes with and having some content with. And if it's a small group, like Volta, who are very good at small gang stuff, it's good to have them around to keep the line members on the toes, to keep markets flowing because it's lost ships, but also to help newer FCs developing their skills as well. So it's good to have small groups to skirmish with, where you're not just going to drop 250 munins on them.
Yeah, good fights are good fights, right? Like, that's what Brave used to be like. I can remember going on Roams and fighting against Brave, and it'd be like, you'd have like a 30-man fleet or whatever against a 30-man fleet, and it'd be fun. You'd go home and you'd win or you'd lose, whatever, but it's a good fight. Like, it's fun.
And for the renter, isn't it really shit currently to rent a system with the bounty risk modifier and the mining nerf.
Well, renting is just such a horrible model overall.
Very
That's
dated.
true.
It shouldn't really have ever existed, but you know, people play the game the way they play the game, I guess. But yeah, we are, well, as we announced a long while ago, completely against renting here in the Imperium nowadays. Every time we've kind of looked at it, we've just ended up with people wanting to join the Imperium instead. And so yeah, you know, it's far better, as I think it was Galaxia was just saying, to leave these regions just kind of empty and let whoever wants to come and have a go at nullsec life, who wants to try and become the next empire, become a bit of a name, just come in and see what they can do. It was really interesting to see what happened with Tribute in 2019 after we burned it down. People came into that region, and there were a lot of small alliances kind of having skirmishes, fighting amongst themselves. And then Fraternity kind of came into Tribute and put a stop to that one. But until Fraternity turned up, it was actually a really, really interesting region to watch. So hopefully we see more of that.
It was like the fucking Wild West up there. It was great.
And this is a lot of what people have been asking CCP for as well, right? Like, people are asking CCP to support smaller alliances and kind of figure out ways with the gameplay for smaller alliances to come in and do things. We don't need CCP to do that. We can do that ourselves just by burning down a region and then leaving it.
Yeah, exactly. Cultivating the fields, isn't it? Basically. But no, I think that's a better option. I think that's a better. It's a more healthier thing to do for the game. Is like not just say right, one of the big blocks say right, okay, that region, I'm going to go and burn it down and let someone else come in. But obviously, that's just like, you know, just swinging that massive bulbous thingy around. But letting, I don't know, someone just goes in, absolutely obliterates a region, and then just leave it to let small groups come in. I think that's healthier for the game instead of just turning it into a rental region.
Yeah, that bulbous thingy indeed, sir.
Well, we all know how Greg loves a bulbous thingy.
Oh, wait a second, Dirk. Speaking of,
You did not deny it, sir?
Keepstar Shields is currently at 30%.
did everyone survive last night in DC? I didn't even check.
There's been some pretty good
a little
photos.
messy near the end.
Yeah, I mean, but there were some pretty good photos too of everybody having a good old time.
Oh yeah, it was a DC meet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. For anybody on Twitch chat who doesn't know about this, there was a big old meetup in Washington DC. Karma Fleet's 7th birthday celebration on Friday night. You know, many happy returns, Karma Fleet. And then there was a goon dinner last night, and people were doing unsanitary things with avatars.
Wow. Greg,
Well, they were calling it. Yeah, they were calling it taking a doomsday to the face.
Wow. Pound right in the kiss.
Yeah, exactly. It looked pretty fun. There's a video somewhere of Dawn doing one.
Oh, I would have loved to see that.
I'm not sure. Are we allowed to put that link in or what?
I mean, as long as it doesn't break TOS, I don't see why not.
All right, let's see if we can find it.
And confirm it doesn't break TOS.
Yeah, there you go.
It is
All right.
completely unsanitary in the current world.
I mean, and as long as there's no, like nudity or anything, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, there you go. There's one.
Yeah, as much as it's not guaranteed at a goon meet, these ones are people fully clothed.
It's good to see that a lot of people in chat agree with renting it's an old, outdated, bad mechanic for the game. Which it definitely is.
All right, and I'm going to put up a picture real quick here, and then I'll let you guys see some this is pretty cool.
Yeah, I just posted the video of Dawn taking a Doomsday to the face.
Oh god, there's a
in
video.
chat there. Yeah, a video.
Look what he's drinking out of.
I like that. It's a good effort.
I mean, if you had never heard of Eve and like, you just saw that,
oh yeah, you'd be like, what the hell? Yeah, you'd be like, what the hell, dude?
You would be looking at that thinking, what is that? What
Here.
are they putting to their face?
Here, no, we need to zoom in on this. There you go.
Fucking Caleb, this is an avatar model, not a flashlight.
I mean, so they've been 3D printing these things, and it's really cool. And they took a bunch of drinks out of this thing last night. It was pretty neat.
That is cool. I do like. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that is quite funny. But the effort that's gone into that is actually quite admirable. There, that's quite a lot of effort gone into making that.
Right? Exactly. All right, I'll take that one off.
I do believe the person who brought that had plans to like paint it, but didn't have time.
Yes, paint it.
So, if we could get some confirmation from somebody who was there that that was actually going to be painted, and more importantly, what skin was it going to be painted in?
Ooh, yeah, that's a good
question.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Because I mean, there are a lot of skins out there. Now, personally, from an avatar owner myself, I did like the what's the one with it? The Blood Raider one, with the skull on the front.
The Headhunter.
Yeah, the Headhunter's a really good skin, and I really like that skin.
Doctor Who one looks pretty good too. The Interstellar, whatever the fuck it's called. That's really neat.
It looks like 3 skins mashed together, Greg.
So I actually like all the Doctor Who skins. In my opinion, I think they're probably some of the best that CCP's given out. Now, I know people are going to say no, but I actually like the Doctor Who skins. I think they all look good.
They're not bad. I mean, I'll say they're not bad, but definitely not the best work of the art team.
Right.
I would say.
Or maybe it's because I'm just a huge nerd for Doctor Who. So.
I mean, that would like sort of sway your argument a little bit.
Is he Canadian? No, I'm not Canadian, man. And
no, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but the Interstellar Convergence skin for the Avatar is not good.
I think it's pretty neat.
My favorite skin is still the Shakim Warlord on the Ragnarok. That's just like really nice. For anybody who hasn't seen that, you should go ahead and take a look, and you'll see what I mean. It's pretty great.
Yeah, you're not going to make any good ISK with this event, in my opinion.
You can get a police box, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, one of my friends on in Theta, the guy's name's Whale Sex. I don't know if you know him, but he got a police box.
He's in my corp, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then he's like, he gets this police box, and he's like, "Oh, fucking right, man! I scored. Like, I'm gonna sell this for 2 billion ISK," and he puts it on a buy order for a sell order for 2 billion ISK, and then he sees that they're asking like fucking 10 million or something.
Wow. See, I'm a very simple person when it came to my Titan. I got the all black and silver Kador skin for the Avatar.
I got the Purity of Throne skin, the completely white one.
Yeah. I think the black and the silver for the Avatar looks really, really good, and I don't know, it was just sort of my favourite. I need to look at that one that you own about Dirk. What was it called again?
Shakim Warlord, SHAK, and then
there
it's on the Ragnarok.
Let's have a look at. Ooh.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Oh, that's nice.
It's
I want
gorgeous.
one, please.
That is really nice. Oh, they haven't got a Nefanta one. Like the Nefanta Thrasher skin.
Yo, post it in like the Discord because and I'm not even going to move this freaking game right now because if I do, I feel like I'm going to get disconnected.
Yeah,
I'll
those
send it
high
on
quality
Discord.
graphics are starting to hurt, huh?
Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, like, it's just beginning to hurt. There's 3,682 people in the system right now. Like, I don't even want to move my mouse onto the freaking game.
I'm about to get a bingo card sent out for everyone, so just so you're aware.
I've actually never played bingo on there.
Oh, well, we'll get you guys bingo cards here in a few minutes.
Nice.
Just wanted to hop back over here and let you guys know.
Appreciate it.
Have you ever played bingo in real life?
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
For money, man. That's the only way to play bingo, man.
It's like
Fun
the most chill version of gambling going.
I tried to select a Keepstar already, and it's not going through. So, dude, if I move it
have
anymore,
selected the Keepstar. Like
That's that skin.
You've got the Keepstar selected, but I mean,
yeah, I'm like, it's just not doing anything, man. It's at 3% shield.
We're down to 21% tie-dye. It's getting better, I guess.
Well, that's because we're shooting frat.
You're getting them out of system.
Dude, get out of here. Get out of the system.
Oh, Dirk, what are your thoughts on the Chainbreaker skin for the Chainbreaker Kumak skin for the rag?
also very good, but like not quite on the Shakim's level.
No.
I have a lot of Ragnarok skins actually for my Ragnarok. I think I'm only missing like 3 of them, and one of them is because it's like 20 billion-esque, and I'm kind of thinking, do I want to pay that for a skin?
Maybe space rich, maybe not that space rich. 20 billion for a skin.
I'm just checking the Erebus skins in there, and only a few really worth it. Glittering Dream looks really cool.
I've got a question in Twitch chat. Who was my favorite Bomber FC? I think my favorite Bomber FC has to be... It's got to be Boat, because, I mean, the man's hyperactive as fuck, but, you know, if he bombs, you know it's either going to be absolutely glorious, or you're going to die, and there is no in-between.
Well, we can't forget that that bombing run in White Act 2.
Like that coin toss.
Hilarious.
That coin toss on a boat bombing run is just you can't beat the adrenaline of it.
That's it. I'm getting on Discord.
Yeah, boat fleets are like doing 120 mile an hour in a convertible with no seatbelt.
But in all honesty, like, that's a bad question to ask me, because I never really flew bombers when I was flying in fleets a lot. Like, I was always running a fleet at the same time as bombers were happening, generally, so...
Oh, the armor is absolutely melting on that now.
Yeah, we're down to 90% armor now.
Nice.
Never really.
I like boat fleets. Every time I fly with him, he's shouting at the fleet, warp to me, warp to me. Stop warping to me. If you warp to me, you're dead. Every single time.
That is a classic.
Yeah.
Also, like, you've got to love Boat with his hat, right? His
yeah.
captain's hat.
Oh,
Yeah, it is a good entertainer.
He used it for FanFest first time, right? I think it was after the Fountain War against Test.
Okay, so I've been trying to get an A dashboard of this grid for about the past half hour at this point. Can anybody help me out with an A dashboard of this grid?
Yeah, one sec.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man. The only thing with Titan skins is like, when do you use your Titan?
Right, here's the A-dash.
I'm gonna bring a couple people in here that have been looking. So K-Color here is apparently here to like tell us off about Bomber FCs, and then I'm gonna bring Caleb in because he wants to chat apparently as well.
I got the A-dash on there in Twitch chat for you guys.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, welcome, K Color. And Caleb.
Caleb as well.
Hi, guys.
Good evening.
I'm just here to stare daggers at Dirk for his answer.
Look, I mean, I worked with bomber FCs. I didn't fly under them, so I've got to go with the ones that were always fun. Like I say, that coin toss, you can't beat it.
Are you going to be taking more fleets out in the new year there, Dirk? I heard that's one of your resolutions.
Funnily enough, I've been trying to do that for a while, and my work situation just hasn't really allowed for it. But I have a new job starting next month, so like hopefully once that settles in, I'll actually be able to do some more stuff in evenings and weekends, and maybe get back into playing EVE a bit more.
Oh, congratulations on the new job. Is it an upgrade or lateral move?
It's a big upgrade. We're gonna go with big upgrade, but yeah, hopefully that will allow me to get away from playing Jabber and Discord online and back into EVE online.
Isn't it also from home, so you can actually simultaneously work and FC?
Considering that I'm going to be working with a bunch of goons, I'm saying absolutely nothing about anything on that topic. Well, I've not been gone. I've been around, but I've been semi-retired from FCing since, like, probably just after the whole pandemic thing started. So we're getting on for 2 years here. I've been wanting to for a while. And it's just like, I've been wanting to get back into FCing. I did a couple of fleets, kind of, late 2020, as we were getting into the swing of Vietnam. But I've just, in terms of being able to commit time to doing fleets, I just haven't had that bandwidth recently.
And what kind of FC are you, Derek? Like, who would you compare yourself to that currently FCs?
I don't know. Like, Asher Elias once suggested that I was the 19th best FC in the Imperium, so, you know, that's a compliment coming from Asher.
It's a pretty high accolade, sir.
Is there a ranking?
Yeah, there is. We make it up as we go along. Did you not know about this?
No.
Oh, well.
I think I have to read the forum more.
But yeah, no, I did a bunch of battleship stuff historically for like the big fights. So we had I was there in when we I forget the system name now. It's in Esoteria. It was back when we were actually working with Tess. But there was a big Keepstar fight that Kiel got caught in. That was fun. Was that Esoteria or was that Impasse?
Was it before the big war?
The one they
this was
conveniently forgot that we helped them in whenever they were declaring their intentions?
Yeah. This was like 2 or 3 wars back. I did a bunch of stuff when we glassed Tribute. I did stuff before then. Like, there hasn't really been a war since 2017 up until Vietnam. There wasn't really a war that the Imperium was involved in that I wasn't FCing in. Mostly doing like battleship timers or cruiser fleets. Primarily. I left the jackdaw whelping to other people. If I'm gonna lose a fleet, I'm gonna lose it in style, you know? Oh, I don't know. I've been pretty ignominiously bombed a couple times.
Never been on a Havish fleet then.
Oh, did you get papusa'd?
I never got papusa'd. But yeah, there was a point on one Keepstar fight where I was running a Boltec fleet, and one of our friendly Hictors bubbled up at precisely the wrong time, and we just all died in a blaze of glory. But yeah, no, I do miss it, and I have just been pinged as well by Hyper Viper. Hyper Viper is saying that I am his #1 FC, so love you, Hyper.
Aw.
Isn't that nice?
Now, Caleb, you're big into the numbers. What's the economic ramifications of this transfer of shit within New Eden? Right. So all this Keepstar stuff that formerly belonged to one group is going to go to another group.
What,
have you broken the numbers down on that?
On a macro scale, or to the people involved?
Well, I don't know, man. Like it's got to have a big effect, right? Because there's going to be some shift of Titans too, right?
Maybe. I'm waiting to see what actually drops, right? Because most of this stuff would just have been put into asset safety, right?
Well, I mean, we've got K-Color here. K-Color, can you speak more accurately to kind of what we're expecting to see here? Because you'll have been involved in the planning for this, right?
That's a good one, dude.
Oh, okay, well, ignore me then.
by the way, if anyone wants to buy an NFT of me uninstalling the game, I'm selling it.
Oh, how much are you selling it for?
With or without close?
It's a couple billion-esque. I'll even throw in a super cap. That's legal, right? We can put things in with the NFTs we're selling to other people for ISK, right?
It's a sweetener.
I mean, I think CCP
like
is going
the only
towards
NFT I've ever heard of with some meaningful value.
Does anyone ever remember seeing those on eBay? I think it was something like £100 for a paperclip plus a free EVE Online account with 200 million skill points and 500 billion ISK or something. It's like, what the fuck?
But no, like, more to the
as
point
far
on the
as I
NFT
know,
question. What's your royalty, K-Color?
I don't know.
Is it more or less than CCP's 10%?
I mean, I have to pay CCP's tax, right? That's what makes it a legal sale within EVE, and therefore it's not RMT, right?
Only on the... Well, if you create the NFT, it's your property. Sure, it uses CCP's IP, but, like, it's your property if you create the NFT. Because that's the whole premise, right?
More importantly,
virtual thing.
What are you moving on to? That's the important one.
Well, right now, Lost Ark is coming up in a few weeks. Path of Exile's been pretty hard. But as far as I know, with abandoned Keepstars, if a person's in a ship, they're not going to eject from the Keepstar when it's killed.
Ship drops, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, the ship drops if they log off in it. The ship drops.
I don't think that's true, though.
That's not true. So basically, if they're logged off in the ship, they go off to what would be like a safety warp spot. And if they're not in the ship, then the ship will drop into a can. And if they're sitting in the ship logged in, then they will eject from the Keepstar when the Keepstar dies.
And then we can shoot them, right? At that time?
Right. Yeah, if they're logged in.
Okay.
It's the login thing that we got wrong there.
So if they care enough, they've taken everything that's of value and put it into ships that they've logged off in. The question is, do they care enough after what happened, after what Manto did to their alliance, essentially?
What, suiciding it into a cliff, basically.
A big fucking wood chipper.
I mean, I don't know much about it other than what I've been reading on like Reddit or Twitter, but it's basically it was just someone with an ego thinking that they're gonna get what they want because of who they were.
You read Reddit? That place is dangerous.
Occasionally, I do check it. I'm not actually subscribed to it, so I have to manually type in the subreddit every time I want to go there.
I mean, he uninstalled the game, so obviously he's gonna like transition to our EVE as primary source of news.
Well, you have to understand why I said that, right? This is the first time I've actually uninstalled the game. Normally, when you stop playing, you just leave it there. But when they announced the NFT thing, I was just like, nah, I'm gone.
I mean, I'm on a completely different side note in NFTs, which we can circle back round to. I'm just had a look on Dotlan, and there are some really interesting movements on there. Army of Mangoes Alliance, minus 2,000 people. Brave Collective, minus 2,700 people. Ranger Regiment, minus 2,700 people. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, so, again, this comes back to the geopolitics of it. So Army of Mangoes all transitioned into Regiment, or largely all transitioned into Ranger Regiment as part of this whole deal. They kind of thought, okay, well, if Army of Mangoes collapses into Ranger Regiment and Ranger Regiment are in the Imperium, then we'll all be in the Imperium together, right? Yeah. And that's not how that works, especially when you have a larger alliance collapsing into a smaller one. That's a bit of a red flag situation that nobody had any idea about. Mittens said that on the meta show, so you know I'm clear to talk about that a little bit. But yeah, generally, Army of Mangoes lost a lot of their corp members to Ranger Regiment because they did this reverse merger, and then Ranger Regiment left the Imperium ignominiously because they tried to pull a fast one, basically. And yeah, like I say, nobody knew about this. We weren't told that AOM would be collapsing into Ranger Regiment. There was no warning about this. We all kind of woke up one day and this was how it happened. So, yeah, Ranger Regiment were politely told that, hey, you've got to leave, and here's your 7 days. But
I wonder if we could all hang on a second, Dirk. I wonder if we could all fit the word ignominiously or whatever into our fucking stream.
Would you like to mumble a little bit more, Greg?
Ignominious.
Shots fired.
Ignominiously.
Ignominiously. But to be fair, I've used that twice now today, so I'm gonna have to calm down.
God damn it!
You can't afford to use it anymore, Dirk.
But yeah,
just for the chat. Just for the chat. Keepstar's down to 40% armor.
40% armor, wonderful.
Also, to respond to chat, as far as I know, there are no issues with the RR or AOM corps joining other parts of the Imperium. The problem was with the leadership just thinking they could basically parachute their way in and keep the command structure.
Yep, absolutely. As always, we blame the leadership and not the line. So we've seen, we were talking, Galaxia was mentioning the drop in AOM and Ranger Regiment, and also another alliance. Brave. Right, so Brave is real quick. Brave did an inactivity purge for the first time in forever.
Oh, wow.
And purged anybody who was inactive in the last year, basically. They gave people a year, and if you were last active in 2020, they purged you. Sorry, but they're trying to slim down and become a more agile alliance again. The Army of Mangoes thing, they all merged into Ranger Regiment. The Ranger Regiment drop is those corporations leaving Ranger Regiment and joining various places. So Goonswarm have taken on 1 or 2 Ranger Regiment corps, I believe. Dracarys have taken on a lot. Bastion have taken on a lot. Again, just to reiterate, the problem is not with the line members of Ranger Regiment or Army of Mangoes or what have you. It's all about the leadership and the way this all happened. So, you'll see a lot of people, a lot of corporations coming into other alliances with no real issues, to be perfectly honest. Hey, yeah, sure, you can come. You were Imperium members, you can remain Imperium members, but the alliance leadership apparatus, they're not particularly welcome after what they tried to pull.
And Me Too has quite rightly put in Twitch chat to remind everyone that it's Mike Flood's to wish Mike Flood a happy birthday.
Yes.
He just won it for his bingo card.
Was he finally turning 15?
Yeah, and I'm buying him a pony.
Yeah, he's like 18 now, so he's like legal to what? What can you do at 18 in the US of A?
Fuck all.
Yeah, you can't do shit except for vote. That's about it.
Can you go to jail with 18?
Yeah, I mean, you can go to the big boy jail.
Well, you can sign things, and you can actually, fuck things. So
Right.
there is that.
Right.
Wait.
Wow, Caleb.
On that front, the age of majority there is 18 for that? Okay.
Actually, you can't buy cigarettes when you're 18, and within the U.S., you've got to be 21 now.
You guys really need to join the civilized world. Jesus.
In the UK, it's like, what, 12 or something, right?
Probably.
Like,
hell, you probably start
governor.
drinking when you're 6 in the UK, can't you?
You get your
it's
chimney
5
sweep
with
license.
parental permission. In private. In your own home, legally, it's 5 with parental permission. And then when you go out in public, you can sit down with a meal and have a beer at 16, as long as you have, again, adult supervision, a chaperone. And then you can start just buying whatever the fuck you want to drink at 18. Or earlier, if you can find a local offie that will sell to underage people.
It's 19 here in Ontario, Canada.
Don't you just get free drinks if you go to the Prime Minister's office?
You need to have the silly mask and hair.
Yeah, Boris is fucking partying 24/7.
Oh, can we not? Really? Let's get back to the Keepstar. So, where's the Keepstar at?
We are currently sat at 20% armor with a nice steady breeze of 25% tie-dye.
A steady breeze of 25% tie-dye. So that's actually the steady breeze is dropping. You know, we're not quite at gale force winds anymore.
No, I mean 10% would have made this quite an extensive ordeal.
I gotta be honest, it's a lot better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I thought that the node was going to crash, actually. So we peaked out probably around 3,900 people in the system. And so right now we're sitting at 3,750. So,
I think the big strain's going to be, right, when it's all of a sudden there's 3,000 objects in space. Poof. Whoops.
Oh, dude, I'm so hoping to God that my computer don't just blow up.
Well, if yours does, I've got everything set up. I'll just reactivate the stream.
Awesome.
So if yours takes a shit, I'll reactivate it. Don't worry.
Yeah, so I'm with Greg here. Like the big question today isn't if the server was going to hold while we shot the Keepstar. The big question is the server going to hold when everything is suddenly spawning?
We have some breaking news. Apparently, it's Alterari Phoenix's birthday.
What?
That's what I'm reading in my my Intel channels.
He's muted in here too. Atari, is it your birthday, buddy? It's Mike's and Atari's.
Well, we'll have to watch out for when Alter. Here he is.
Hey, is it your birthday?
Me.
I take that.
It is not my birthday. Why do you fucking hate me?
Everyone, it's Alterari's birthday. Please send him all of the Eve mails and pings in every place that you can find him.
Remember to keep sending in one.
I mean, we already planned firework for you.
Yeah, Eve mails, Elysium, Discord. Just go ham, guys.
Make that wallet flash, boys.
And contracts. Please contract some birthday gifts.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you know that stuff in your hangar that CCP gives you? That shit?
You're going to get it all.
Gifts.
Oh my god, oh fuck.
All right,
A million T1 different copies.
I have to come here and I have to put it in the INN chat. Here goes everybody's bingo card for the Arteke Keepstar, including a PM and send an email to Alterari Phoenix.
Oh my god.
Also, I'd like to welcome Mike Flood to the chat. Welcome, Mike. What's going on?
Hey,
Fuck
Mike.
you, Mike. Fuck you.
I didn't do anything.
Bullshit.
Angry Mustache did it. It's not me.
Oh Jesus! Why do we have Mike here now?
Oh God.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Hey, Mike, happy birthday, buddy.
Wait, is it actually your
My
birthday?
birthday was
or is it just
a month ago. It was a month ago. Well, sorry, no, it was 3 months ago. October. Yeah, October was like 3 months ago.
Yeah, I thought it was a while ago. I didn't think it was this month.
No.
No,
It's
dude,
my
it's
first
right
birthday
now.
every day.
Yeah, dude, it's right now, Mike.
I can remember some guy from early on that got birthday every day.
So I heard Dirkline Starlancer is coming back to FC.
That's what he's saying.
I put the wrong link. So I put the wrong link in the chat. I put the one that links to my bingo card rather than the generate your own personal one. So
good job, Mafu.
Yes.
Dude, I thought you were supposed to be a pro at this, my phone.
Yeah, I know. I'm an absolute pro.
There's someone on Twitch with the name Dirk Satellite, and I was really confused for a few minutes.
But there you go. That's the correct link. The one that's highlighted. That's the correct link you need to hit, and it will generate your own card.
Holy
I don't
shit!
even blame you. K-Color.
Do we have any giveaways or anything for this? We should have a giveaway. I got some skins if you guys want.
I had to join because they said the best bomber FC was Boat, and I was just like...
Dirk's loaded. He can give away some stuff.
What? If I was loaded, I'd have that 20 billion Ragnarok skin.
And we're keeping a close eye, speaking of loaded, on the happenings in Washington, D.C. right now, because I get a feeling there's going to be people that get snowed in.
We've now officially gone into structure on the Keepstar.
Okay, so we are almost there. You know, we've got 4/12 of the way to go.
Yeah, I'm sure this is going to be the time-consuming part of this endeavor.
Yes, absolutely.
So there are different resists across the different layers?
Yes. So I think we should have named the Keepstar Mantu's Folly. I think that's a better name than No Mercy to Mantu.
Yeah, I agree with chat. Why are you not reducing your fucking fractions, Dark?
Reducing my fractions?
Yeah, so I used to do 4/12 like a third.
Who wants to do math on a Monday? Sorry, Sunday. Fuck.
Jesus.
I'm trying to keep my fractions consistent across the board, but we can go with 12/36 if you guys like.
Choose a percentage. It's a base 10 system. It's easy.
Next, he's going to ask us to actually multiply those fractions.
Like how we all read someone saying stop talking in chat and we all just stopped talking.
Well, that's because we like to oblige by what people tell us to do, right?
This is what Twitch chat wants. Twitch chat can have.
I think someone should call Boat.
Listen, man, I've pressed the boat button on Theta Thursday like 3 or 4 times and he hasn't responded.
I don't. Is he even playing as much anymore?
He's married, right? So I'd imagine there's stuff going on there.
Yeah,
if you know what I mean.
It's a marriage.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything with us in a while.
Well, he's still on his honeymoon. It's been a year or something, but like Boat, right?
He's too busy being the best bummer FC. Apparently, stare.
K-Color. Wow. Did we see any K-Color bombing runs during the war?
Yes.
No.
When they tried to jump that regional gate from Stain, and then they tried to reapproach the gate, and they ate a bunch of bombs.
Which time? There was a few of those.
Before we lost the iHub in what is it, XZ, ZX, something like that.
Oh god, that fight. Oh boy. Yeah, now I remember.
And then after that point, there really wasn't much fighting. It was mostly just me going around killing people in... What ship are they using? Like Merlins or some dumb shit to hack iHubs?
Griffins.
was just picking those guys off for a while. Then we did Operation Enho. The server or CCP coding fucked us, and I was just like, yeah, I'm taking a break.
So an interesting point has just been brought to my attention. If you've been sitting here for a while, if you're on fleets, like stretch your legs and stuff. Make sure you do your Kegels and
hydrate.
Yeah, have some water.
Drink a 4th can of Monster.
Yeah, and if you're drinking alcohol, be real careful when you stand up because it can hit you like a truck.
This is not an FRT Keepstar. FRT absolutely hated AOM. They do not have anything here.
I asked if we could transfer this to Horde before we killed it. I got met with nothing.
As far as I know, you can't transfer something that's being reinforced.
I mean, before we even reinforced it.
Why would we
like that
break
one?
that
Yeah.
wonderful tradition of shooting Imperium shit?
Oh, I'm here for
Come
it.
on.
I'm in the fleet that's dedicated to killing blues.
So there's a couple of questions in Twitch chat I want to address real quick. First up, what is the plan to stop all those FRT dingleberries trying to moonwalk out in caps? And I had to read that question in its entirety because of the inclusion of the word dingleberries. But Alterari, what's the plan for dealing with FRT dingleberries?
The plan for dealing with FRT dingleberries is my 243-man tornado fleet.
I also have 240-man Munin fleet sitting here. Sorry, 253-man Munin fleet.
Yeah, like, if any of these dingleberries wants to try and do something or fuck around, they're going to find out real quick, and they'll probably be alpha off-grid. Caps included.
Now, so are we still shooting Frat then?
Yeah, we are shooting Frat. Frat is free game. If they're on the Keepstar right now, they are free game. Anything that is on the Keepstar is free game. We are NBSI as of this moment.
Yeah, because I'm seeing a lot of NC that just popping in. So we're shooting them, obviously, right?
Yeah, everyone is...
Why would we not shoot a... Yeah, fuck NC.
Yeah, literally everyone is NBSI right now. Like, we are shooting everyone that is not blue.
They've probably been there the whole time. They just decloaked to shoot.
No, NC
they got a max horde.
Hopefully.
So we got the gates locked down too, I'd imagine, right?
We have people on gates, yeah. We have bubbles and stuff. Why is it... guys, this is actually pathetic. Only 61 emails? Fucking rookie numbers.
Yeah, but how many times have you been pinged in Elysium?
Oh, God, I don't want to talk about that. I really don't want to talk about that.
There you are, Roman. That's the answer to the FRT dingleberries. Then there's also... is this the free Keepstar from that Weird Alliance drama? Now, I've run through the story like 3 times on stream right now, so somebody else can tell the story, and the Chinese whispers will be fun.
Since it's Mike's Flood's birthday, I think you should tell it.
I don't know the story. I know there's a Keepstar to kill. Okay, so here's the story. So this is actually a free Keepstar. I don't know where it came from, but it was free because you know why? Because AOM couldn't afford it because Mantu whelped a bunch of supers in it in fucking Goon. I'm sorry, in it Goons and Frat because he couldn't hold grid with a subcap fleet. Don't drop supers without subcap support, Mantu.
Long story short, this was an AOM Keepstar that was given to the Imperium as a part of a pact to allow them to have 24 hours accessed while they get stuff out, and then after that they'll be blocked, and we decided, as it's a staging Keepstar, let it go abandoned and loot anything that hasn't been taken.
There we go. Thank you, Galax.
It's alright.
If you come in
converted to a loot pinata.
All right.
Yes.
So a question in chat is, can we come in and get on the kill mill? You can try to come in, but if you're not blue, you are going to get shot. And even if you are blue and try to take something, it sounds like you're going to get shot. So good luck.
Fucking blues aren't safe on this grid.
Yeah.
No one is safe.
I think the better question about can you come and shoot this to pour on it? Like, obviously, yes, you can. But I'm going to go ahead and ask for an update on the Keepstar percentage real quick.
93%.
Because like you've got 93% worth of structure, which at the current rate will probably take us 25 minutes, maybe half an hour.
We are at 26% tie-dye.
And you've got 26% tie-dye to deal with. So if you're coming, you gotta come quick.
Now, Dirk, how many 16ths is that?
How many 16ths is 93%?
How many Boris Johnsons is that?
Wow.
How many
We don't
Queen's
talk about
cup
that.
of teas is that? Like how many cups of tea of the Queen?
I will mute you, Mike.
I will only say one thing. I mean, you can't throw mud at our Prime Minister when you had fucking Donald Trump, okay?
Right. Oh, okay. I'm done with the politics for today. I'm gonna start muting people.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
I absolutely, like, the next person to mention politics is getting muted.
That sounds like a dare.
Can we talk about the Andrew, formerly known as Prince?
No. What's the British national anthem or the English national anthem like of England? Is it God Save the Queen or is it Rue Britannia?
It is God Save the Queen.
Yes.
And every time someone sings that thing, she gains another day of life.
Also, we don't want to talk about the number of people in Britain who only know the first verse of our national anthem.
Dude, that's just like people in the U.S., right? That I mean, but they can't sing our own national anthem half the time, or they don't know all the words to it.
All right, Carlisle Gaming in Twitch chat. Just shush. You shush. We do not tempt anything from the thing high atop the thing here.
He's just being silly. There's no chance. In a fight between that lady and death, the queen wins.
So what I was gonna say, but I was fucking using the wrong push to talk is so at my high school, during all of the football games, we'd have a massive student section because it's fucking high school football. But we would always, in fucking tune, be able to sing the national anthem. I don't know how, because our fucking school, like, band and, like, choir sucks. But, you get a bunch of drunk high schoolers, hey, they all can fucking sing it perfectly fine.
Do you have a good voice, Mike? Could you maybe like give us a few bars?
No.
Come on, Mike.
No.
You know
Come
what?
on, Mike.
I will sing if I get given 10 bill. If someone gives me 10 bill, I will sing. That's the only time it's happening.
How about a contribution and
let's not?
donations that equals 10 bill from everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Send
Wait,
everything to
hang on
Mike
a minute.
Flood.
Hang on, no, he shouldn't get 10 billion this because Havish sings on his fleets for free.
Oh, that's
I'm
true.
sorry, we've officially lost control of the stream, guys.
Let's
chat, I'm very sorry.
Let's send him 10 bill worth of login stuff.
NFTs.
What about a skin, Mike? I got lots of skins. What kind of ships do you like other than Marshall's?
I mean, I just need ISK to buy more shit because I like playing this game and killing people.
Yes, Mike. What kind of skins would you like?
Like, skins can't kill people, can they?
Skins don't kill people, bullets do.
I have lots of skins from different people.
God, I'm now getting Eve mails. They're sending it to the wrong character, though. They're not even sending it to the one I'm FCing on.
No, nobody... You didn't specify that was necessary.
That's actually a good question, Mike. What is your inbox like on an average day? Do you get a lot of random spam?
So, because I'm in WoW, yes. But like
Did you
a lot
just
of
admit to being in Waffles.
No, in WoW.
I heard that.
Mike just said that he's in Waffles. I mean, CI, come on.
We found the spy.
Oh no, is this going to be another reps on Elo situation?
Probably.
But no, all seriousness, one second, I gotta mute my comms again because my backseat is being loud. But what I was gonna say is, yeah, no, my inbox is basically a bunch of just spam emails or people asking stupid question in an email that they need to PM me on Jabber for because I won't answer an email. Like, I if you're gonna ask, just PM me on Jabber. I'm not answering emails.
That doesn't mean you can't send them.
If you want to send them, cool. If they're salty as fuck, like that one dude who like started emailing me a bunch of salt, I'm gonna post it. I'll start posting that shit a bunch of places because that's funny. We killed some dude the other day with the marshals, and he like literally started raging in my email.
Yeah, people think it's though. People go throwing these expensive ships around, and when they get caught with their pants down, it's like they then start getting arsey and like being toxic. It's like, I'm pretty sure that you were the one that decided to undock in that ship.
He was in a caracal. It was his own fault. It's not my fault he came in a caracal to Dell.
I mean, at least it's not those massive, like I say massive, like 250-man interceptor fleets that used to get bosoned on the gates by Titans.
I'd love for those.
That shit was just fun.
No, those should come back.
That was just fun. In Intel channel, you'll see 250-man interceptor fleet jump in air, 250-man interceptor fleet dead.
I mean, then K-Color would come back to the game because he'd have fun killing them.
John Hartley was always good at instantly erasing those fleets.
Yeah, I saw him do it in his Komodo once. Was it Komodo or Leviathan? He's got. I can't remember which one he's got.
You think he uses shield titans? Gross.
Oh no, I've seen him use one.
Pretty sure it's just either a Ragnarok or his what's the faction avatar? I don't even remember anymore.
The Moloch.
Oh, is he in a Vanquisher now?
Oh, he's got a Vanquisher now, yeah.
But yeah, like I think there's a pool going on how many Shield Ragnarok, not Shield Ragnaroks, Swagnaroks that John Hartley can lose before he quits the game. He's currently at 3, I think.
Maybe he'll quit if he loses the Vanquisher. Seems that the estimated value of one of those is insane.
Yeah, let's get an update on the Keepstar.
Okay, Kurt.
So go on.
86% structure remaining.
So can we go over what happens when this thing blows up again? Like what the order of operations for the people in the fleets are?
Are you assuming that the server survives that?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to, but just in case it does.
You may want to
read your
wait
pings,
another
listen
20
to
or
FC.
30 minutes before you do that again, because it's still going to be a while.
I mean, we can do it again in 20 or 30 minutes, that's fine. But yeah, so this is an Imperium Pinata party. Anybody who's watching from outside the Imperium, if you try and loot the Keepstar when the cans drop and the server survives, if it survives, knock on wood, you will be shot. There will be no warning. This is an Imperium party, and only the Imperium will be taking the loot here, as best as we can manage it. If you are in the Imperium, once the Keepstar dies, there will be a state fleet going around checking the anticipated high-value cans that spawn. Anything capital or above, capital with a jump drive or above, will be taken by the state. You will be asked kindly to hand over anything that you find that this state fleet does not manage to identify real quick. There will be a ping sent out. People will be told when you are allowed to loot, but anything sub-cap is free game. You go have fun, you find whatever the fuck, and you go take it. There is a caveat that if you find anything massively rare, like, for example, AT ships or officer mods, just throw a message to your nearest director and ask. But, generally, no, you cannot subcap loot immediately. You will be told when you are allowed to loot, but subcaps are free game.
If you try that, I'm going to start shooting. Well, I will get told to that start shooting. And I'm totally not happy for that.
I think they just wanted the clarification.
Yeah. So there will be a state fleet that goes through it. Once the state fleet decides that they've got the vast majority of everything they're going to get, people will be told, hey, go have fun, go grab whatever the fuck you want. But it's going to take a little while, as K-Color said. We are currently at what percentage of the Keepstar?
83.
83%. So yeah, we're gonna take a little while here. We will be with you for probably the next couple of hours here on INN, while we see if the server survives. That is the big question here. I mean, does anybody here want to go over under on the server dying, the server surviving?
I'm gonna go in early, and I'm gonna say that the server will chug like fuck, but will survive.
Yeah, same. I will say it will survive, but it takes hours to load all cans.
Yeah, probably on the board for that too.
I mean, CCP did kind of a head notice on this, so I'm hoping that they were smart enough to, prepare the resources needed for it to not die on us. So
they didn't even have coding in place for BFG hitting a drone before it hits a ship. Like,
true.
Yeah, CCP's a lot of things. Smart ain't one of them.
Are those our only two options? That the server dies or the server survives? Because I'm betting that the server survives, but not the can spawn.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, okay. I'm
before, right?
Oh my God.
I'm happy to take that as a potential option. But I mean, K-Color, you'll actually remember the test that happened with NOL on CC?
I wasn't part of it, but I heard about it.
Yeah, and where it basically just killed the entire Singularity server for a little while. So these are the sorts of bits of testing that were
true, but doesn't the test server doesn't have as much oomph behind it as Tranquility, so therefore isn't the test server easier to crash than Tranquility?
Yeah, it is. Categorically yes, but
I'm still hoping that it'll hold up, because it'll be interesting to see just how many cans start showing.
Server survives, no kill mail, no cans.
Or the whole screen goes black, everything goes off, and then all of a sudden level 2 pops up.
All of a sudden, Eve 2 advert.
So our tie-dye is starting to creep up again too.
It'll be adverts for NFTs, Mike.
Eve Classic.
I mean, we are at the highest point so far for how many people are in system. We're at 3,981 people. So that's the highest point so far that I've seen.
We should also reiterate for our viewers that this is an historic moment in EVE Online. There has never before, according to some people, been an abandoned Keepstar killed. There's some questions about whether or not the Hard Knocks Keepstar was abandoned before it was killed, but potentially this is historic in that there's never been before one at all. And even if there has been one, this is the first ever abandoned Keepstar in Nullsec.
I think ahistoric was correct, right?
No, it's an historic.
Fuck off, who cares?
Are you sure, man? Because H isn't a vowel.
Ahistoric, yes. I am very certain.
You can tell that Dirk's pretty posh.
Yeah, can somebody check that, please, on Google or whatever?
Dirk's sitting there.
Horrendous has my back.
Dirk's sitting here. He's got, a dictionary out, sipping his tea,
I don't need a dictionary.
Looking at the commoners.
And then he's got his pinky out while he's drinking his tea too, right?
I was just going to say that, bet you don't.
Yeah, I was always under the impression that it's only a vowel that you use "an" for.
It's probably going to be one of those. It can be either or.
Like a vowel sound, right? Because
it's a posh thing. It's a posh thing to insist that H is not a consonant. So just ignore him.
It's got a crossover there in terms of it can be both a consonant and a vowel, depending.
Only if you're French, Dirk. Only if you're French.
Are you French, Dirk? Are you something that you're not fucking telling us?
Don't insult me.
Wow. Well, if you insist on doing that with your H's, then you're French, because they're only silent in French. Thank you very much.
Does French even say words that begin with the letter H?
No, the H is silent in French.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Is fucking is an H, right?
That's not French.
It's just like the S is silent in surrender.
Right.
Wow.
Okay, so we've been getting a few questions in amongst the requests for a poll on whether it is ahistoric or ahistoric.
Or how about we just say this is
No,
historic?
Google's against you on this one.
No, Google splits that.
We've got requests for a poll on whether or not this is correct. But yes, it is primarily more about the pronunciation than anything else. Anyway,
and it's definitely a Frenchy thing.
Keepstar update, and also a question in Twitch chat for somebody else to answer, because I'm aware that I've spoken a lot now. Are goons defending this structure?
No. We are
Until
blowing up the
explode.
structure.
We're giving man to his fucking comeuppance.
I mean, to be honest, we are going to defend it from enemy looter.
That's true. Yes.
And even from blue looters.
It's almost, think of it as not so much a goon Keepstar dying as AOM handing over wealth to the Imperium.
An indirect transfer of power.
That's the one. Well, I mean, not so much power because fuck AOM, we have power over them, but a transfer of wealth, I'd say.
Well, yeah,
it's a hybrid between a pinata and a Trojan horse.
Yeah,
I mean, they handed us content.
So, do you think that there's enough of them to try to come back and try to pick up as much loot as possible, then try to get out? And I mean, and then I highly doubt it. But I mean, are they gonna like in turn react to what we're doing?
There's no coming back from this for them. Like they're way into the Imperium, which was the only safe exit from Frat. And
so Arendis has just said so it's a Trojan donkey then, according to Arendis.
What an ass.
No, Arendis was asking if it's a Trojan donkey.
Whose Keepstar it is? It is the Imperium's Keepstar. It's ours.
Well, Arendis' totem is Eeyore, so that's very fitting.
Oh no. Put reps on this guy.
And here come the pudding.
What are you doing?
So yeah, basically what happened here is the Army of Mangoes were defending against Fraternity in a war. That war lasted all of about a day. Army of Mangoes won the first fight and then decided that they wanted to collapse their alliance for whatever reason. Congratulations, by the way, Fraternity, on winning your one-day war. Historically, that's what we should call it. The one-day war. And
it is historically. Yep. All right.
And well, they needed a quick win after us.
From that point, Army of Mangoes tried to reverse merge into Ranger Regiment. That didn't exactly work because nobody knew it was happening, and Ranger Regiment were asked to leave the Imperium because of it. But Army of Mangoes made a deal with us last week to take on this Keepstar in exchange for a 24-hour ACL access. We provided that, and then once that 24 hours was up, Mittani decided to rip everything out, including the fuel, sending this structure into low power and now abandoned. So this is an Imperium Keepstar that we took on as part of a deal with AOM, and now we are killing it because it's a loot pinata. We are killing our own Keepstar because that's just what the Imperium does.
And because it's filled of fancy stuff.
Well, we kind of got used to our own Keepstars dying, so we kind of needed that bit of comfort for that regular feeling that we got so used to having. So we decided to actually blow up one of our own Keepstars just to tie us over until the next one dies.
That's a great way to put it.
I've been pinged with a question in Twitch chat. We did have a deal with AOM. Yes, we had a deal with AOM to take on this Keepstar in exchange for ACL access up until I think it was like 17 or 1800 Eve last Saturday. That was managed by another Diplo, but yes, we did have a deal, and we went with that deal. And then after that deal had expired, we decided to do this with the Keepstar.
So as always, your breaking news and your coverage of this is brought to you by INN. We got some pretty damn good sponsors, right? I'm using I'm using a Blue Yeti Blackout microphone, which is the best piece of equipment I've ever owned for my computer.
I've actually just got a I got the Yeti Caster bundle through yesterday or day before from Blue Microphone.
Oh,
set
nice.
that bad boy up, and oh my god, the sound difference is incredible.
I mean, your mic
really
does sound
is.
really good.
I thought we were sponsored by Heatap.
We're sponsored by Skirk. Praise Skirk.
And Sector 6 has done a really good job with the merch too. Like I got a shirt and a mug, and the mug sitting right in front of me right now. I guzzled the coffee when I got up, and it's a 16 ounce one, so it like holds a lot of liquid courage.
See, I was looking at those shirts actually, because I do like them, and they are quite nice. I know, like I was looking at one of the staff the Iron staff ones, but I think my shift. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they were sort of like a limited time the staff ones.
I thought we were going to get those for Christmas, but oh well.
Maybe
Dude,
next year, Greg.
Thanks, 1973, dude. Tie-dye's been here for like the past 2 hours.
What more than that?
Oh yeah.
Tie-dye's been here probably since about 1600 Eve, if not before, I would think.
Yeah. So when I got in system about 3 hours ago, I think it was 3 or 4 hours ago, tie-dye was already here.
But yeah, we are now hearing that the Keepstar is at 72% structure remaining. The structure is really grinding here. Like, we've been through about 10% in the last 10 minutes. So we will still be here for a while with you guys watching this first ever nullsec abandoned Keepstar die.
I feel like we may need to explain what tie-dye actually is to people who have never seen it. It's just a common term nowadays, but before we actually had to explain what the hell it was.
Well, you've brought it up, K-Color, so please, what is tie-dye in EVE Online?
tie-dye is a system they implemented in order to process server calls fairly, rather than just whoever was there first would actually load, and whoever tried to get there second would not load. So it slows the inputs, and it slows the server commands down relative to the amount of tie-dye that's being generated, usually based on the amount of people or what's being shot.
So what does this actually mean for people who are clicking modules, for example, or trying to make a warp? What does it mean?
It feels like lag. Like if you've ever played with like 500 ping, it's basically that. Like you input something, and then it takes 5 to 10 seconds before that input actually gets calculated by the server.
Okay, and this is measured in a percentage, right? So currently in the system we're at 24% time dilation. What does that actually mean in terms of how long it's going to take people to get their modules to activate?
I assume it's a linear scaling, but at the same time, when it hits 10%, it never goes below 10%, even though it kind of does, it just never displays what it's at below 10%.
It goes to full turn-based gaming.
Yeah, so my understanding of it is basically 10% tie-dye is 10 seconds for every 1 second of, like, quote-unquote, real-time game. Does anybody else have any other information on that?
Yeah, and I would actually probably say that the main reason why they kind of invented tie-dye was so that way, I mean, with all the actions there's almost 4,000 people in here. So with all the actions that people are taking right now, it just really doesn't, just blow up the server or this node for like an instance in the server. So I think that's the biggest reason why they have tie-dye, right?
It's because the server is actually forced to deal with exponential amounts of operations, right? The more people get in there, it does actually explode to exponential values, and no server architecture can keep up with the demands that a game like EVE Online actually generates. So the only solution to this problem was to bring in something like tie-dye. Many other game developers have tried to solve that scale problem, but no one has really figured it out yet.
It's also worth noting that the way that things in EVE happen are on server ticks. I think they're every 1 second or whatever, but there's like if you input a key right after server tick has happened, you have to wait until the next server tick happens. And
if you want to, sorry, go on.
And this is just one of the ways they implemented it to not lose or to drop your inputs every time.
If you want to see just how close you are to the server tick and like all the sorts of technical information about EVE, you want to press Alt, Control, Shift, and M, and click Outstanding Calls. That's when you're in tie-dye. That will tell you how many seconds it's been since activating a module on your ship or trying to change direction. And the longer the time, it's the more tie-dye you're in. I think was it M2? I think I was getting like 3.5 minutes before anything was activating once I clicked it, or 4 minutes.
And yeah, that kind of refers to what Keiko was mentioning about going below 10% tie-dye.
Yeah.
Like, the game can't display anything below 10% tie-dye, but the servers can process things more slowly if they need to. However, the moment you go below 10% tie-dye, you sort of, in the player experience, exponentially increase the likelihood of things breaking. Sometimes things just go wrong.
Just posted up-to-date A-dashes of local and D-scan.
Oh, fantastic, thank you. What have we got in D-scan then? What are we seeing on grid? Somebody want to take us through this?
A shit ton of corvettes.
Yeah, so essentially we've got 350 heavy assault cruisers ranging from Eagles, Muddins, and I believe that is it. Then there's a mixed match of smaller ships. So there's a lot of assault frigates, there's covert ops thing, there's 177 bombers, 238 interceptors, 242 destroyers, which will probably be the Jackdaw fleet, and there is also 242 regular destroyers, 313 corvettes, which if for anyone that doesn't know what a corvette is, it's your rookie ship, and there's also 468 shuttles waiting for people waiting to jump into ships.
Now, what are those bombers all about? What's going on there?
The bombers will be 99% sure they're either there to apply maximum DPS onto the Keepstar for helping it tick down quicker and trying to reach something that's called damage cap. But also, they may well be there to catch people that are warping off to a ping, or a fleet coming in to catch them at a ping and bomb the fleet to oblivion. But it probably are there to do a very high amount of damage on the Keepstar, because bombers are typically known for doing anywhere from 600 to 1100, 1200 DPS, depending on how you fit. And they are very small, fast, and agile. So they are very, very good shit.
So we are hearing from Twitch chat, apparently these are not friendly bombers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're frat bombers.
My client is slideshowing, so I can't confirm this, but we're hearing that those bombers are.
I can see some FRT bombers on my overview now that it's mentioned.
So there's a good chance that when this thing pops, they might just start bombing cans, right?
No.
Well, there's that, but also they might go on to target a ship because you cannot jump into it if it's been targeted.
It's you killing cans. Like, these are freight cans, I believe. These are not like normal loot cans that have.
They have a lot of health.
Yeah, killing these things takes longer than killing a Keepstar, as far as I know.
And they probably try to kill people who want to extract stuff.
I mean, the frat bombers are probably honestly shooting the Keepstar because they hate AOM too. Like,
I mean, why not Horon? Why not Horon the skill? Exactly. You know, this is a big kill mail for them. Culturally, I guess, is possibly the best word for that. You know, this is an Army of Mangoes Keepstar that they've been fighting Army of Mangoes for years now. So
but they're going to be trying to scoop loot too, right?
Scoop loot,
probably.
scoot. Oh, fuck's sake. Scoop loot.
Scoop.
Not scooting. Scoop loot and deny loot.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We got to be careful with that because everybody's going to be in shuttles and rookie ships and pods trying to get in ships, and a good bombing run can really ruin everybody's day.
I saw the Adash. There's 177 Corms. I'm pretty sure those are friendly. Not to mention it's our own Keepstar, so you can sit on the undock. You can be ready for the explosion. You can be pre-spread out. Like, trying to take bombers into that is not going to end well.
I'm not trying to restoke the Karma Fleet and ASCII argument that we had before, but just saying there's 138 ASCII here, but 444 Karma Fleet. Just saying.
I'm just saying this, 138 ASCII members equals about 400 Karma Fleet members.
But there's actually just under 2,000 goons here.
That is a lot of goons.
Well, I'll give a shout out to my corp. Sundering is recruiting. If you got what it takes.
Who's even? I don't think I've ever even heard of Sundering.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm just playing.
Wow.
I'm just playing. Actually, guys, and I will say this. No matter what, if you're part of the Goon Swarm Alliance, that is the best part. So no matter what corp you get into, you will always have a good time. You will always make good friends. I mean, we are a family. So no matter what corp you're in within the Alliance, it's always a good time, man. It's always a good time. As long as it's not ASCII, I disagree with that, but okay.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
No, someone was asking in a... Go on, sorry, Caleb.
I was just wondering if someone would maybe disclose how that stuff actually works inside the Imperium, because I think a lot of outsiders actually don't know. I think they are perceiving it as if when you're in corporations or alliances in there, that then you're in your own little corner of the organization, and that's just not how the Imperium has worked for at least the past 5+ years, right? Everything is done as one big family.
I mean, I can definitely try to take this if that's all right, because I haven't done a lot of talking, and you guys can correct me, right? So I'm actually pretty new to the game. Like, I've only been playing for about 2 years. I joined ASCII about 1.5 years ago, which is a corporation. So basically the way that it is that you can be part of a corporation in EVE, and then that corporation can belong to an alliance. Well, the alliance can have hundreds of corporations, and this alliance is the Imperium, also known as Goonswarm. So you basically...
Whoa. No, I've got to clarify that. The Imperium is not Goonswarm.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
The Imperium is our family of alliances that includes Lorne, TNT, Bastion, Dracarys, IGC, Init.
That is all part of...
Why do I feel like I'm missing one?
Bastion.
Better be careful here, Dirk. People are going to get mad if you miss out.
Yeah, exactly. But the Imperium is our family of alliances, rather
there
than
you
just
go. Right.
Goonswarm. We got to be clear on that.
Yeah, sorry.
Definitely don't forget the Russian Friends, Red Alliance.
No, they are a different coalition.
Oh, they're actually a completely different coalition.
They are the Red Menace coalition. We
ignore me.
We work with them. They're allies. You know, Red Swarm and all that. But Red Alliance and the guys over there are Red Menace coalition. And then we have the Imperium, which is our family of alliances.
Right. So then, correct me if I'm wrong. So the whole point is, though, so from all corporations that we have, there's typically some members of each corporation, or maybe that are in some form of leadership within the alliance in itself. So it's that's how we all work together, right?
Yeah,
and once
if
you've
the count is working together, we'll have to see in a few minutes if the fucking can spawn. And
joined by the
highly trained shit show actually behaves on the field.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, in favor of, you didn't get a meta show this weekend, but you've got the Mittani here live.
Hello, Mittani.
I may
welcome.
end up doing the fireside here today because, I mean, right now the fireside is essentially just devour the enemy when we get a chance. But, in theory, in 17 minutes, I would normally be Herf and Borfs, and I'll figure it out. Yeah, one thing is that's absolutely right. I do prefer to say that we're more like a tribe or a space empire, because one of the things I've learned over the years is that when you do see corporations or real world corporations, if they tell you like we're a family, usually that means you should run in the other direction as fast as possible. So, we're a tribe. Families make excuses for shitty people in the family and keep things going. We try to have like a rule of law, and we purge people that are shitty to other people in the tribe. But yeah, it's a very different environment. At least I hope it's a different environment. Our spies report it as a different environment than random pubby guild number 473.
Well, especially on the level of it doesn't really matter what corp or alliance you're in, right? Because everything is handled through things like Mumble and SIGs and all that stuff. So once you've gone through all the vetting process stuff and actually get your hands on the tools, you're actually playing almost a different game than everyone else in the. Well, of course, other groups use similar tools, but it is a very different organization.
You made the analogy previous, Mittens, between a pickup group and an actual culture. And I think that rings pretty true.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also has to do a lot with time and grade and specialization. So, for example, the more challenges that the organization encounters, the more it's like with the Third Cultural Revolution, where we did the whole F2 thing, people finding their F2. So a good example of this, and this is going to be an impromptu shout out, is, let me find this guy's name because it's hard to pronounce, but we have this dude here. I am looking through this huge list of fucking names in channel command. My God, it's hard to find anything. Okay, there he is. He's in Ned Clan. Anyway, so there is a looting specialist. We have a guy who has actually been on enough Pinata ops during the war cleanup where he has like subject matter expert knowledge on all of the gory details, more than anybody else that we've found yet in our organization, on how these things pop, what exactly we should expect, and stuff like that. So one of the things that Kazanir was just pointing out was that it's sort of like a gigantic, highly specialized game of like Age of Empires or Civilization. As the complexity in the organization increases, you have more of these like people who have specialist knowledge, and we try to run it like a meritocracy. So if we have somebody who is really fucking good at, say, this, we put them in a position where they can tell us what to do, and then we just listen to what the smart person says. And so, of course, we might have a loot pinata here that goes sideways and turns into a complete disaster for some reason. But, having people pop up and volunteer and say like, hey, I'm the guy that helped with all of this stuff in Quarius, and I know all of these things, and like I'm the pinata loot cleanup organization guy, and everybody else is like, yeah, that's the guy. He knows what to do. And I'm like, wonderful, I love you. Go and do your thing. Here's a badge. Fight some crime. Get some fucking crates. And culturally speaking, I think that is one of the bigger distinctions between the Imperium and our enemies. Not all of our enemies, but some of them anyway, where it's much more about little dick stuff, like people having insecurities and thin skins, and they've got a little hierarchy, and they're not willing to listen to the smart person and enable the smart person and get their egos out of the way. So we'll see how it goes once this thing finally fucking dies.
So now you mentioned
I just want to say, this does tie back into what we were just talking about the SIGs and the squads, and how joining a corporation in Goonswarm, or even the wider Imperium tribe, if you're on Goonswarm services, you've got access to be able to join SIGs and squads, and once you get into SIGs and squads, you can kind of prove yourself, and wherever you came from, it doesn't really matter too much, right? You could be Ned Clan, you could be ASCII, you could be Karma Fleet, you could be Sundering, whatever, whichever corp you came from doesn't matter, as long as you have the expertise that we need.
Mm-hmm.
And those 6 are often special interest groups to the level of, I'm almost inclined to say that the Imperium has kind of invented the Terrence McKenna finding the others. You will find your little weird niche of people that you like hanging out with.
Oh, Jesus. Mittens, we gave this to Javindo. I'm going to call him out here because I'm seeing that in Twitch chat.
I mean, not everything, but he's one of the one of the looting specialists.
Okay. No, I just find that interesting because I flew with that dude way back. Like, I knew he was in Goonswarm now, but I flew with that dude way back.
Zavindo
5 years
yeah,
ago.
like he helped out a shitload during the thing, and the G-Solars love him, and I'm like, oh, okay, great, awesome.
Oh, he's a really good dude. I was just like, I didn't expect to see that he'd kind of...
I wasn't sure because you were so skeptical. You're like, oh, wait a second, you put that guy in charge?
No, dude. Yeah. Like, literally, I flew with that guy 5 years ago in the Drone Lands. So, there's a lot of history there. And, yeah, really good dude.
Yeah, if he was on Dirk's fleets, you know he's really good at looting blue wrecks.
Well...
So if you guys had to say, right, so me being so young to the Imperium and to the Alliance, right, so maybe some of these people but that are watching and then that are not part of the Goons, all right, what would you say is the biggest difference between us and, say, for example, Test or other huge alliances that are on the other side of us? I mean, what is the big difference and why should people come to join us?
I'd like to pick up on this one first, if that's all right. Coming up 4 years ago, I was actually in a little pickup guild, so to speak, and I bounced around pickup guilds, not quite finding what sort of entertains me in the game, and I ended up in Guardians of the Galaxy, sort of. Well, GOTG up north. And just as I've always been on the receiving end of the Imperium, which I can tell you now is not a nice end to be on for about 6-7 years. Always on the receiving end. And then we got an offer from more than likely an agent, but I'm not thinking about it now. But we moved about 10, 15 of our supers through Cloud Ring, through Fountain, into Delve, got in there, and I think it's just it changed the game for me, so to speak. There was so much to do. There was content, or not content, that's a horrible word. There's sort of things to do everywhere you go. There's, as Dirk has said, there's SIGs and squads to find your specialist needs. If you like Black Ops, you like mining, you like Locust fleets, you like industry. It's literally the entire game rolled into a group, and they will back you up. If you need something, there's always someone that knows what they're doing, or there's a forum post you can find, and someone's always there to help you out. So it kind of changed the game for me nearly about 4 years ago. So that's pretty much why I think the Imperium is completely different to the rest of the game in the sense of how we actually play it.
So I can actually contest that, right? So before I joined Ascendance, right, I was a solo player within this game, and it was kind of all right, right? But then once I joined up, then I was like, oh my God, the support, the teaching, I mean, just the fun that I was having, because I have so much fun in this game when I'm playing with my Alliance. I mean, it's just so fun. Like, the fleets are great, and I can say as a new person to this Alliance, it's probably been the best move that I've ever made in EVE. And I've tried to join Wormhole Corps, High Sat Corps, you know, and then all those things. But there is nothing that compares to being part of this, you know, family or group or whatever you want to call it. So with that being said, if you had to give someone a number one reason, right, to switch sides or to come to NullSec, to live in Null, I would actually say that it's due to how much content and fun you can have. Would you guys agree on that?
100%.
Yeah, and the whole mentality is super nice here. Even if we lost most of Delve, there is was still super fun joining fleet, and the morale was high.
Well, one of the things, like from a high level perspective, like one of the things that I think is like one of the most fundamental differences is many pickup guilds, and this is sort of normal for just internet culture in general, regardless of the game. You see a alliance like Test, where you've got Piggles and Villy and these other guys jacking each other off. In many cases, it's much more about the leadership. Now, of course, here I am, and I'm like, oh, I'm the Mittani, and yes, I am the autocrat. Yes, I am in charge. Blah blah blah. But the reason why the system works, in my view, is that we are constantly plowing things back into making our line members richer, happier, better educated, better able to do things. Because when you're fighting the entire galaxy and CCP simultaneously for a year and a half, and then that's just a thing that happened. The only way you're going to win is if your line members are fighting for each other, and that they have this sort of social cohesion where they have met friends and made real bonds, and they have that tribe, or we're not saying family, but the sort of the tribal experience, because you can take everything away. You can lose the space, you can lose the Keepstars, you can lose everything, but if you have people that are committed to helping each other against a common enemy, that does create some very strong bonds, and that's one of the reasons why I think we've been able to persevere. And as byproducts of that, you end up with the institutional knowledge, that knowledge transfer year over year. I mean, for some of us, we've been doing this since 2005. Some people even before that, but the earliest sort of proto-goon entity was really at scale was September 2005 when Goonfleet Target Practice was formed. So yeah, there's a bunch that goes into it. And also, it's a whole bunch of people that are working towards contributing, because you have people like Zavendo who like pop up and be like, hey, here's my F2. I know this thing better than everybody else because for whatever reason, I love doing whatever the specialized thing is, and they step up and they contribute. And if you have an organization that allows people to contribute, and you highlight the ones that are doing it and say, these guys are heroes, be like this, don't be like that, and then you shoot all the shitty people and blacklist them so they can never get in, the system works.
And there's also that secondary thing that I find really fascinating, that if you look outside of EVE Online and where it grew up, I do think that the Imperium has grown into almost like a sublime, like almost scout-like organization for gamers, right? Because even if you're not necessarily playing EVE this year or that year and on an extended break and you come back, it's kind of like having the scout uniform in real life. You're always welcome at these meets. So it's grown into something completely unique that I have not seen comparable in any other game out there.
Right.
I mean, there's a big function of that, yeah. And I also want to say, the Imperium gives you a lot of room to just go on and do. I mean, I've been an FC for years. I've been a diplomat for longer. I've stepped away from FCing, but I'm still doing Diplo stuff, and that has actually now made it onto my CV because it's allowed me to build skills. The opportunities that you can just kind of seize are very different from opportunities that I've had in any other alliance that I was in before I came to Goonswarm. So yeah, for sure.
And look what's going on in DC right now too, right? We got like a bunch of goons all drinking and having a good time.
Yeah, for sure.
The FOMO is real. I wish I could have gone to DC and shared the plague with the gang. Alas. Yeah, it's really awkward too, because people are like, hey, Mittens, where are you? I'm here, I'm flying, and I'm like, I can't come to...
Yeah, so there are a couple of things before we get to Fireside Time. Mittens, have you made a decision about whether or not you're doing Fireside?
I don't know. You guys think I should do a Fireside?
I mean, why not?
Yeah, I think so. Right.
All right. So.
All right. Well, I got 5 minutes. You guys figure that out, and I'll work on something.
I was actually gonna throw one thing at Mittens there at least, but first up,
okay.
Can we free Wibbler yet?
It depends. I mean, it's a bingo card, and it appears to be a matter of controversy between the Euros and the US guys. But I think I will have to free Wibbler. I've heard it so many times now that. And then it'll be a sine wave, I suspect, of drunken Wibble pings, followed by eventually removing it, and then free Wibbler, and then lather, rinse, repeat.
Our Friday nights are not the same without our Wibble pings. Secondly, guys, if you're not watching Twitch chat, we are doing a giveaway here.
Yep, we sure
You
are.
want to type !ticket real quick and we'll be doing a giveaway for a skin here. I think it's going to be one of the exclusive partner skins, but LifeShifter can confirm that for me, please.
Oh, Brisk is here. We can maybe get some news from the front lines.
Hey, Brisk, welcome.
And yeah, the third thing there for Mittens real quick was going to be if you could do a recap of what we're doing here and why we're here on the Keepstar on the Fireside, just so that we can kind of keep the stream informed here. But
yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and I will send a ping to everybody that the Fireside is going to be on the INN stream, and we'll get folks here.
Sure.
Because we have so many fleets out, there's no realistic way to do it on Mumble.
In the meantime, Brisk, reports from DC. How are we doing there?
Oh, he just left.
Jesus Christ, Brisk.
So if you want, I can take the part.
So yeah,
the Keepstar is down to 44% structure. We passed the 4,000 player mark in local, and we're up to 28% tie-dye, so it's getting a bit quicker now.
As far as I know, you can only be entered once, so don't spam ticket.
Yeah, you can only be entered once, and what we're doing, so we're giving away a couple. So we got a Venture, a Stratios, Tempest, and a Mauler. So that's what I believe those are the skins. And then the winners must go ahead and DM Ginger Flame, and then I will send you the code for that. So good luck. Currently we are at 6 minutes for the giveaway, so it will end at 10 minutes, and we'll pick 2 winners from the first giveaway, and then we'll do another giveaway for 2 more winners.
All right, so just real quick before we get to the Fireside aspect, Brisk, can you confirm that you have drunk 3 bars out of Big Wave?
This has absolutely happened. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I am here. I have arrived. I am driving in a snowstorm right now. Thank God Mrs. Brisk is holding the phone for me. We drank 3 bars out of Big Wave. They ordered 6 cases of Big Wave specifically for our dinner last night. We drank them all.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's worth clarifying that you're talking about yesterday is when you drank, not
Not
Not while you're driving, yes.
I have been good. I have not had anything to drink today. Mrs. Brisk, on the other hand, is 3 Bloody Marys in. So she had a good morning. We just had lunch, our goodbye lunch with Clavis and Merck and the gang, and we're heading home. Everybody else is kind of stuck in the hotel, but we had 3 solid days of partying. We had big news. We have a new G-Soul leader at the dinner. Tuzzy handed everything over to Billy Bob Brannigan. We were so proud.
Really?
We gave awards away, all kinds of fun stuff. We had a great time in D.C. We missed you guys. Wish you all could have been
all the FOMO, all the fucking FOMO.
We wish we could have been that too.
Big Bill the Boss took us to a Cuban bar last night where I'm pretty sure we all got COVID and or herpes. So it was kind of fun. But other than that, I mean, I like the dinner was great. We had 100, at least 100 and so 100, maybe 150 folks sign up. Most of them made it. We had a Karma Fleet birthday dinner on Friday night. We had a main group dinner last night. The booze was flowing. The stories were being told. Everybody was around. We had a lot of good time. So if you have not done an Eve meet, I'm telling you, you guys need to come do one. They're a lot of fun. You get to hang out with all your Space Friend nerds. Now, I want to know what's going on with the
7th birthday, right?
7th
Just
birthday. Yep.
7th birthday. 7 years. Jesus.
Friday night. Can you believe it? It's crazy.
That is crazy. Wow.
We saw Dave Archer in the wild. Dave Archer appeared. We had folks from as far as England. We had folks from all across the United States. It was lovely. It was a great time.
All right, and real quick here, we do have a hype train going on, guys. Thank you all so much for the support to the INN. Keep it going.
Karma Fleet's now older than Mike Flood.
Well,
there you go.
To do.
So what's going on with
update before we get to the update?
Because I'm driving.
All right, I got some notes here. So if you guys, I'm gonna go ahead and just herf these fucking blurfs because I want to get the Fireside done before the Pinata begins.
All right, Keepstar, the Fireside.
What's the percentage on the sucker? Let me take a look.
40% at the minute.
All right. All right, boys and girls, so here's what we're going to do. It's going to be hard for me to keep track of both Elysium at conference.goonfleet.com. If you're in the Imperium, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not, you're confused because we tend to do fireside chats on Mumble, and people will ask questions. It's like a Prime Minister's question time, but no Boris Johnson's. So we're going to do normal Elysium for the boys and girls that are on the field doing their thing. I will occasionally look at Twitch chat, but no promises. I just have a couple of notes to go over here, folks. It is always awesome when you throw a party and 4,000 of your buddies turn up to celebrate. I'm very happy with this. I was asked at the start of things just a couple minutes ago to say a little bit about why we're here for people that are viewing the stream of RTAC ARKN rather than just people who are turning up for the fireside. So what do we have here? What's going on here? What's going on here is some dumb motherfucker from Serenity decided that they wanted to try to pull a fast one on us collectively as the Imperium last week. If you have not been paying attention to things, what we saw last week was it turned out a conspiracy of sorts between the leadership of Ranger Regiment and the leadership of Army of Mangoes, who are both part of the Serenity PIBC organization or block. And what happened was this dude, Manto, who was the big space emperor over on Serenity or whatever, popped up and essentially, I'm not sure whether it was his idea and he decided to order the Ranger Regiment guys into doing this because it was such a dumbass plan. But anyway, this idiot decided that they were going to try to sneak AOM into the Imperium and that they were going to do it without telling us, because if they had simply asked, we would have told them no. We would have said, no, you can't do this. Find another home. There would still be an army of mangoes. We would not be destroying this Keepstar. But it was weird because one day I woke up and this is last week, woke up and we had this Keepstar with a deal for 26 hours of standings to allow AOM to get out. And then AOM folded entirely into Ranger Regiment, and all of this was uncovered because that was not something that we expected to happen. And more importantly, said dumbass Manto got up and gave 2 speeches spelling out their plan, saying that this is what they were going to do and that this is what they wanted, and that all of, that they were going to basically try to blue tank, and that by the rules of whatever nonsense that they believed in, we would not be offended by this. Now, the good news is that the pilots of Ranger Regiment had no idea about their leadership doing this, and those people have found good homes either within the Imperium or in RMC or wherever that they felt like going and got picked up. It was a confusing and unfortunate situation. But this is our response. What we've decided to do here is we are having a bit of a blood orgy. We're going to have a big party. And as soon as this thing pops, it's going to spawn a million different cans. We're going to try to sort through the wreckage as best we can. And then after a certain point, it's going to be free for all. And we're going to allow people to just loot. Anything that is capitals on up is going to be nationalized by the state. Please make sure to let people know in Elysium. There's some pings about this, about who to report to what once we get to scouting cans, and there'll be further instructions. But after a certain point, it's going to be, hey, everybody smoke them if you got them. Thank you for coming to the party, and enjoy the looting. So we will tell people that, and we want everybody to just take from this and increase the strength of the Imperium in the aftermath of this nonsense. So let me take a look at a couple of questions here and check in on this. Bear with me, guys. It's sort of strange to do a fireside on a live stream, but it is what it is. I wanted to talk about something else that's unrelated to Monto and FRT and AOM and all this other nonsense, which is, unfortunately, I was unable to go to DC. I wish I could have gone to DC. Shit happened, but there was a amazing moment there where Tuzzy has resigned officially and handed over his Zulu clock to Billy Bob Bunnigan. So Billy Bob is now the head of GSOL. Tuzzy is helping with the transition, but it was after 6 years of managing GSOL through thick and thin and through the most difficult war in the history of online games thus far. Tuzzy has managed GSOL as the finest logistics force in the history of EVE, the finest logistics force in the history of games that might even possibly have logistics, because only EVE is complicated and interesting enough to require this level of specialization. So he should be extremely proud of his service. I am delighted that he was able to run GSOL as well as he has this entire time. And Billy Bop and crew are awesome and are going to continue to do the correct thing. I was very proud to hear that the first question that Tuzzy was asked in DC after he announced this was, when are we going to build a Palatine Keepstar? Because I know he loves that question. So things continue on. All right. F Tuzzy. I'm checking Elysium here. So one of the things that'll happen during a fireside, for those of you who are watching at home, or on the stream, I should say, is that there's lots of pauses and breaks while I go, what's going on over here? But when I'm on a stream, I know I'm never supposed to fucking shut up. People are asking questions about Jeff. We are not going to be talking about that on a public stream, but it is an interesting question. Feel free to get your bingo square for no future plans. If you find officer mods, is it okay to loot and bring them to a Forzar for safekeeping? Yeah, absolutely. Like, we're not going to... One of the things we're trying to do here is keep the micromanagement to a minimum, because when you throw 4,000 people at a problem, there's only so much, micromanagement that is reasonable or sensible. So the basic idea is, on our system, we're going to have some GSOL and some procurement people that are going to be going through the initial wave of cans, and we expect that cans are going to spawn hour by hour. We will see how this goes, because we have to see what the server is going to do. That is the biggest concern, of course, is to make sure the server doesn't crash, the cans actually spawn, et cetera, et cetera. The main thing is, if it's got a jump drive on it, we're going to nationalize it for the state, and then we will see what we have from that. But if you are on the field and you find an officer mod, congratulations. It's a feast. It's a party. That's sort of the point, is for you as a line member, when we say, open season, get looting, have fun. If you find yourself a fucking officer mod, then good luck, God bless. That's sort of the point, is for you to have that. I want everybody to keep in mind as we're doing this, because this is a fairly brutal reprisal that we're engaging in here, is that the army of Mangoes fought against us for a year and a half. They fought against us for a year and a half during the Vietnam War. They fought against us for a year and a half during the Vietnam War, while they insisted that they weren't fighting too hard. In practice, regularly they would turn up with fraternity to try to fuck us. They fought for Pappy, they stayed in Pappy, and I do not find the excuse of we did not fight too hard for Pappy to be very convincing. So this is, hopefully, we'll see how it goes, justice of a sort, where they attempted to trick us, we caught them, we are crushing them, and now we will consume their strength. In the aftermath of the Vietnam War, I told everyone that it was going to be no more Mr. Nice Imperium. It was going to be a situation where we were going to become an awakened empire. We would also become the Crisis, because since it's EVE Online, I can mix as many Stellaris gimmicks as I feel like. Nobody can stop me mixing those gimmicks. So we will both be an awakened empire and become the Crisis, and this is part of it. So it's the first time we've done this. This is the first time a case-based Keepstar has died on Tranquility using an abandonment tactic. This happened once before in W-Space, so there was a loot Pinata for Keepstar one other time before on Tranquility, but it was not in case-based. So we will bear with any confusion that's going to be coming down the pipe. I expect a little bit of chaos. Hopefully the server will stay up. We are on a reinforced node. I want to thank CCP for that. Let me take a look at this. We are almost there. We are almost there. So if this, the dumbest thing about this, I just have to say, is that this is completely unnecessary. If this guy had engaged in normal diplomacy and contacted our diplomats and said, hey, we want to move AOM into the entire Imperium, we would have said, no, we're not going to let you do that. And then they presumably would not have given us the Keepstar and would not be in this situation. But they tried a clever plan, it did not work, and now the Keepstar is at, looks like 31% and falling. All right, let me take a look at some of these questions.
Anybody looking to contact diplomats, Twitch chat has a link to the list of diplomats now. If you have questions on this sort of order, there's your link.
All right, there's a question about what does all this nationalized loot pay for that our taxes don't? That is a very good question. The answer is it pays for reimbursements for capitals. Essentially, if we are nationalized, nationalizing capitals and citadels, that means that when people lose them, they're either in a hangar or paying back people that have lost them in battle. CCP has made it very difficult to create capitals because CCP is still insisting that they understand the economics of their game, which they clearly don't based upon the MER. And so in an environment where a dreadnought is costing north of 6 billion ISK fully fit, what we're doing here is these are just all war fleets, right? Like this is Pappy's strategic strength that we hope to consume. These guys were Pappy. This is a Pappy Keepstar. And all of the big boy toys are going to either rebuilding or murdering more Pappies. And everything else that's not a big jump drivey nationalized kind of thing like a Citadel, we still have a lot of delve to rebuild. GSOL has an almost inexhaustible appetite for citadels, at which point they'll tell me that they don't want any more, but right now we're still in need more citadels to rebuild delve. And that's what it's going to go for. So good question. Let me see what else we got here. Again, guys, if you're watching on the stream, I'm answering questions in a Imperium Jabber channel. It's not like so I apologize if you are confused. Jump drive exception for Black Ops. If you find Black Ops battleships, you're welcome to loot those. Those are not something we're nationalizing. If you find a sin or something, yank it and enjoy it for Stupid Idiot Fleet. Let me see what else we got here. When are we building a Palatine Keepstar? All right, excellent. I think that's going to be about it, actually, guys. In terms of Fireside stuff today, let me see. I think that's... I got the DC thing. I got Tuzzy shoutouts. Mainly, we just need to murder this thing and take all the stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and shut up and focus on that. Short Fireside today. Thank you all for coming again. Short Fireside today because we have 4,070 people in local and this thing's about to go boom. So congratulations to everyone. And to anyone else who's interested in joining the Imperium, we have diplomats for a reason. Please actually talk to diplomats about potentially joining the Imperium as an alliance, because they will probably tell you, no, we're not accepting new applications to join the Imperium at this time. And if you avoid engaging in some stupid cack-handed scheme that would be obvious the moment you executed it, you will not find yourselves in this situation. I pride myself, and we in the Imperium pride ourselves on always sticking to our deals, but I don't really enjoy people trying to manipulate or fuck us by manipulating the deals and keeping these kind of things secret. It's just stupid behavior from Monto, and he can eat my ass. Thank you for listening to this, and I'm going to shut up and hand the stream back to the people that began it, and let's get back to getting rich.
All right, so on that note, once again, I'm going to link the list of official diplomats in Twitch chat, just for anybody who's thinking about wanting to talk to Goonswarm and talk about joining
for the record,
Imperium.
if you are Villy and you're listening, Dirk is a Diplo. Just saying.
No, I have to check with my Diplos on that, Brisk. I'll get back to you.
Oh, one other comment I did actually get to see a little bit in Twitch chat here is I love the profanity, guys. Like, of all, this is one thing about the Imperium is that if profanity bothers you, you probably shouldn't be in the Imperium, because we say fuck a lot and that scares certain people. So the Imperium does have sort of like a self-selecting thing of people who are comfortable with hearing the word fuck and aren't bothered by it. So to the guy in chat who's like, gosh, all I'm hearing is fuck and ass. Yeah, fuck and ass, and this is how we roll. If you don't like it, try to do something about it.
I love it when we have you on here, man. This is great.
That was a pretty good fireside. I'll give it like 7.5 out of 10.
Pretty good.
I'll take it at zero preparation at all. I was just like, okay, fuck it, we'll just do a fireside. It'll just run my mouth. All right, I'm going to go do some op management stuff. I'm going to ring off here. Thank you guys for letting me hear some dwarfs.
No, man, thanks for coming.
Yeah,
we'll hope to see you later, Mittens.
Yeah, and gentlemen, time. I'm in the middle of a snowstorm, so I'm going to head off here, but I'll be home hopefully in an hour, and I will be looking forward to watching the rest of your continuing coverage of the Keepstar full of loot in Artec.
Yeah, an hour from now, it should be almost dead, so you'll be good.
Yeah, hey, Britt,
he's back as well.
Oh, he just left, and I was going to say, man, no, drive safe, man.
Well, we are currently sat on 26% structure on the Keepstar, remaining on the hull, and we are currently at 20% tie-dye, so it's got slightly worse.
So, at that rate, we'll be expecting this thing to blow up in, what, like 35, 40 minutes, somewhere in that region?
Around that, yeah.
Right. And just let everybody know in chat, we do have another giveaway going, but it's going to be a little bit before we actually end it. So make sure you get your ticket to get in there. 2 more partner skins to hand out. So good luck.
That is exclamation mark ticket in Twitch chat to get in on that.
Thank you, Dirk.
What skins are they?
So the 2 skins that I have left to give away are... Let me get back in there real quick. My bad. And I got like 50,000 screens open right now, man. It's crazy.
Oh my God, what have you done?
Dude, it's Eve. All right, so then we have a Tempest skin and a Mauler, and then we have a Mauler skin. So these are Eve partner skins to give away. So
Tempest and a Mauler, guys.
A Tempest and a Mauler.
I think the Tempest one does look good.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the partner skins always look pretty good. They are some pretty solid skins.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
We do also want to thank everyone watching for the hype train that happened during the fireside there. We got all the way up to, I think, level 3. Potentially, we maxed that one out. Like, that hype train was going, and thank you everyone for your bits and subscriptions and follows and all the rest of the things that may or may not go into a hype train that I don't know much about.
That's indeed awesome. We love you guys.
Yeah. Large Quaif, if you want to donate a skin to give away, dude, I'm down for that to do 3 winners. Go ahead and get with Ginger Flame. I'm the one that's handing out the skins, or I can let you know the person that wins and what their IGN is. It's up to you, bud. Thank you for the dono, man, to the channel.
So, with that fireside over, I think first up, I have to say congratulations to Tuzzy for finally handing over that torch. We hope you enjoy your retirement, buddy. Also, rest in piss, Billy Bob Bunnigans, who has been left in charge of the wonderful machine that is G-Sol. No doubt he's going to be doing a lot of work.
And for those people that aren't aware of what G-Sol is or whatever, it is pretty much like the backbone of the Imperium. Anything logistics, citadels, you name it, to do with moving stuff around and managing structures and whatnot, they deal with it. And as you can imagine, for 30 plus, well, probably about 50,000 people in a coalition, that's a lot of managing.
I mean,
those guys are heroes.
I spied Tuzzy in Twitch chat. If you want to come on and talk a little bit about your relief at handing that flag over, you're very welcome, Tuzzy. Just let us know.
Because there's been some wild rumors that the letter of resignation was actually written on a bar napkin.
The Enoch one is Big Bill the boss. He is in charge of the Workhold Doctrine.
Also, rest in piss, Nuramori and Sopla, who were previously G-Sol sub-directors and have now been promoted to deal with all of the Alliance's fuckery as G-Sol directors in full.
Very nice. 2 solid dudes.
Soplab definitely deserves this horrendous task. Nuramori, I'm not quite so sure about, but there we are. 2 very solid dudes who are now going to be doing a lot of Alliance work.
Wait, so when you... Go on, Laship. I was just going to finally add on that. So everyone in Eve that sees these big hell camps where there's thousands of bubbles and there's an endless amount of ships and this, that, and the other, if you want to know how the Imperium manage those sorts of feats, it's G-Sol.
Yeah, there are our logistics guys overall. Really great dudes. Generally, like, we love G-Sol as a general group. Here is Tuzzy as well to talk about his resignation and passing on the torch to Billy Bop and also Soblab and Nuramori. Tuzzy, how are you doing today?
My mic okay?
Yeah, you good.
Cool. Hi. How's everyone?
Doing good.
Good, man. How about you?
Pretty good. Managed to get back home from the city last night before the snowstorm started today.
How does retirement feel?
Well, I told Mittens probably last April, I think, while the war was going on, that I would see the war through and make sure we could get, Delve semi-rebuilt. And then I was planning on stepping down. And I told Billy Bob back in like October that was the plan. And we have kind of had him in a transition period over the last couple months. And I didn't tell him I was planning on doing this weekend. It was just fortuitous that he was coming down to the DC meet. That it just all worked out. And I had on my wall beside my computer for the past 5 years a 24-hour Zulu time clock that was set to Eve time. And to pass the torch, got up, made a brief little 45-second speech, passed along the 24-hour clock to Billy Bop, and pulled out a napkin from a nearby table from the hotel, briefly wrote on it, "I hereby resign as head of GSOL - signed Tuzzy," and walked it over and handed it to Clavis, who is the current chief of staff of the Alliance. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah, someone linked that picture just before of that napkin, so I've just reposted it. That's pretty cool, I like that.
Chef Joff. Was the restaurant at least good, Tuzzy?
Oh yeah, it was. It's Chef Jeff's, which is a well-known restaurant within.
Okay.
Yeah. The hotel restaurant for that hotel.
I mean, that sounds a lot like the way CD got passed along to Merc. Miranda basically went, "I want to retire," and everyone was like, "Okay, so now somebody has to replace her."
Yeah, both Miranda and I kind of came to that conclusion around the same time, because she was made head of Corpse Diplo right around maybe about a year before I was made head of GSOL, because Cyan left in like 2015, and I was made a director in 2015, but I wasn't made head of GSOL until 2016.
But yeah, no, Billy Bop's a great guy. I've worked with him a ton. He's always super helpful.
He's wonderful. He'll do a great job. And currently, right now, we have 2 other GSOL directors, Cajun Spitfire and Robin Hood. Robin Hood has been semi-AFK due to IRL shit going on with him, though we did hear from him just the other day that he thinks he may be back here in a month or so. But it's just been really Billy and Cajun Spitfire, who is a longtime GSOLer who is in Australian time zone. So, he's usually awake when we're all asleep. So I told Billy, it's like, look, you're going to burn yourself out unless you get more help. Let's also promote these other 2 guys, which will give you 3 full-time EU and US time zone directors, and then you'll have Cajun backing you guys up in Australian time zone. And then, hey, if Robin comes back a month from now and is active again, you've got another person. There's no reason to say that we have to have just 3 directors. We can have 4 too. So hopefully I've left the SIG in a good position. And the one thing I've told those guys that, like, the most critical, everyone thinks the most critical thing about GSOL is learning the game mechanics or flying jump freighters or keeping something fueled. No. It has nothing to do with in-game mechanics. It's all about the human resources side of things. It's making sure you recruit good people and you are a stickler about purging inactives and replacing the inactive people with active people with new recruits. It's like you just got to keep up the HR treadmill, keep it running. As long as you do that, you'll have plenty of active people to take on whatever task needs to be doing in any given day.
Also, don't get too mad when people like CD come along and ask you for something at the drop of a hat.
Well, that always happens. It's less CD. It's more, recon or core or FCs. Like, hey, can you guys drop that fort that, by the way, we didn't tell you about the night before? Whatever they need us on a given day.
If somebody wants to be a part of GSOL, like, what's the process? How do you go about?
There's a forum thread, and then in that forum thread, there's the top post explains exactly what to do and which Google form to fill out. A lot of people don't read the forum thread, and they just reply to the forum thread saying, "I want to join," and I ignore those people because they didn't read the OP, which explains what they're supposed to do to apply.
So on average, but just a quick question.
Read the fucking forums.
Yeah, but how long would it take for you guys to review those applications so people know?
we don't review them.
Okay.
So when applications come in, we aren't like recruiting all the time. We only recruit when we need new people.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say 2 people were inactive this month that we decided to boot out. Then that means we've got 2 slots to fill. So we will then go look through the apps and try to pick out the best 2 apps of the people that have applied in the last 2 or 3 months. We pick 2 out of them, hire them, bring them in, right? Let's say someone else leaves next month. We hire 1 more. So sometimes there'll be 2 or 3 months go by where we don't hire anyone. And then sometimes we're hiring 5 people all at once. It really, really fluctuates. So I tell people, like, just because you apply and you don't hear from us for like 6 months doesn't mean we're not going to hire you. Like, I went back and hired people that applied 10 months ago just because we just didn't need to hire very many people. And quite frankly, there were better apps than theirs, that kind of put them down the list. But eventually they bubbled up to the top and they were the best pick. Also Billy Bop, I was telling someone at dinner the other night, Billy Bop applied 2 years before he was let into GSOL. And he applied, and 5 months later, he applied again. And 6 months after that, he applied again. And I kept seeing his name consistently pop up. And when he first applied, I didn't know who the hell the guy was, right? No one ever had talked to him. He hadn't been on fleets. No one could vouch for him. He was a nobody. And then after him applying so many times and him talking to us and us getting to know him and him, having chat conversations with people about citadels and channels, we started to realize he knew what he was doing. And so we gave him a shot. And then he's been a great hire. So it's a hard org to get into because we are really picky about who we let in because of the security implications. Obviously it would be very bad to have spies in GSOL. Yeah, I mean, all I can tell people is just apply and then don't expect an answer, right? We don't go through every app and say, I'm sorry, unfortunately, we can't hire you right now, right? We don't have that kind of time because, I mean, in a busy time of Eve, like during the war, we had 50 people applying a month.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot.
I have a Google form that dumps all the applicants onto a Google spreadsheet, and I have every single person who's ever applied to GSOL in the last 5 or 6 years, and it's like 800 or 900 applications.
That is a lot to go through.
So we're always referring back to, like, if we're considering hiring someone, like, hey, have they applied before?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go read their first app or see their second one, read their third one. Is it different each time? Are they writing more about their experiences with infrastructure on the newer apps versus the old ones? Like, are they clearly growing in their skills in the game, right? Then it's a big help if we know you. If there's a member corp CEO or an alliance director or an FC that recognizes you, that can speak up for you, that can vouch for you, that's a huge component of it, right? Like, if I'm not a government agency, I'm under no obligation to be fair about my hiring practices. Well, or at least Billy isn't. I'm saying me, but it's not me anymore. We're very unfair about how we hire because we are, super picky for security implications and competency.
Yeah, so I've got a thing to follow up on there, but before we get to that, let's just do a quick update on this Keepstar that we are currently watching. This is the first ever abandoned Keepstar in nullsec, and given that Tuzzy is here, let's talk about Keepstar mechanics again in a little bit. But can we get a percentage update for a start, and then can somebody give us a local update as well?
We are currently at 13% structure and 4,120 people in local.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
That's one thing I guess to cover is there a damage cap on abandoned structures still?
Yeah, Tuzzy, you're our resident logistics expert.
It's I don't off the top of my head know what the damage cap is, but just like a full power structure versus a low power structure versus an abandoned structure, there's a damage cap for all 3 stages. I'm not sure whether the damage cap for low power versus abandonment differs at all. I think the only thing that the quote-unquote abandonment state does to a structure is alter, the reinforcement cycle. Like it basically turns it into an unfueled POS where it just blows up, right? And I think it has less hit points than a full power one, but I think it's the same hit points as a low power structure.
The asset safety as well.
Turning
off the asset safety so that everything dumps.
Right. Of course. Right. Yeah.
I mean, we've asked other people on the stream here tonight what they think's going to happen when this thing dies. But Tuzzy, where are you at on our pool? So far, we've got people saying that it'll all be fine, people saying that the server will die, and then people saying that the server will be fine, but we'll see either no cans or no kill mail, or both no kill mail or no cans. Where are you landing on this?
I'm less sure about the kill mail because the kill mail thing is always really squirrely, right? Like we've not really seen any consistent behavior about when kill mails are and aren't generated. So who knows, right? But I don't think the node will crash. I think cans will appear, but I think it's going to be really laggy and really slow. Like, I don't think, you know how bad those big super fights get when tie-dye gets down and basically the quote-unquote event in the system lasts for like 8 to 10 hours or something. I think we're going to see that sort of thing here.
Yeah, so, but it sounds like...
Because there's just so many people in system. You said, there's like 4,000 something
Yeah,
local?
there's 4,146 in local right now,
right.
so...
When that happens and the can pop and the whole pops and all those fucking cans come out, it's just going to make it 10 times worse.
We've not had an actual loot calculation like this ever on the server, have we?
Yeah, this is pretty incredible.
Not on Tranquility that I'm aware of. Well, you mean yeah, no, not on Tranquility. It's happened on CC a bunch.
We had the Hard Knocks Keepstar that died. That dumped things out.
Yeah, but it wasn't abandoned, right? Because that was normal mechanics. Right.
Yeah.
Normal mechanics is still basically the same as abandonment as far as loot goes.
So we've seen something similar, but again, this is an historic point in EVE Online history, in nullsec history specifically, right?
I'm noticing there's a big blob of red frat by the looks of it sitting on top of the Keepstar. I would like the grid there. I would imagine they're being dealt with.
They're on a Fortizar. They're on their own kind of structure tethered at the minute.
Because the potential content of this Keepstar is massive, right? It was a staging thing, so I'm going to be surprised if the server's on like completely shitting itself.
Well, I mean, from what we've been told, right, but it's been a fact that there's at least 10 plus Titans inside this Keepstar, and God knows how many, freaking other ships are in this thing. So it's just going to be a huge loot fest.
It's also it's just the amount of users of this Keepstar, right? Compared to any other structure that we've seen do loot before on TQ. It's just unprecedented. There's nothing like this has ever happened. And I remember when they did the test with one of the big Keepstars, it completely crashed CC, right?
So I'm looking at their structure, and it looks like they have 2 separate bomber fleets and a bunch of shuttles and rookie ships, etc.
Hello.
Hey, Atari.
Howdy.
So the shooting blues has begun. We're well over 150 blues killed already.
Oh wow!
What are they looting already?
Yeah, what the hell is there to loot?
The people looting, it's blues that aren't supposed to be here. It's things like that. But just wanted everyone to know we're killing blues, and it's a blast.
Hey,
please don't kill me. I'm on the Keepstar.
Hey, I'm right above the Keepstar. Don't fucking kill me, okay? I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Who's that saying? Don't kill me?
Ginger.
Don't tell him. He's looking for names.
Okay, Galaxy.
Yeah, I'm just on the undock. I'm just here waiting.
Waiting to die.
All right, since we're at a good point, I'm going to go ahead and process this giveaway real quick, guys.
I better win.
You better win. I'm not going to give it to you. And I'm not going to give it to you. All right, good luck. First winner is South Coast Junkie. Please DM Ginger Flame in Twitch. You have a minute. DM Ginger Flame in Twitch, please.
If you can, you should put up a thing on the overlay that says the Keepstar percent.
I'm really afraid to.
No, not in game. Like you just.
Oh, like the overlay?
Box.
Yeah, and I can do that.
We're at 10% structure right now.
Okay, give me a second here.
If we have time for it, maybe if Tati would lift and tell us a little bit about what is in his plans for retirement. Is it all going to be beach parties and Mai Tais, or what's actually going to happen?
You want to like drop that one down a bit, and just in terms of font size. Like, wow.
I was working on it, man. And I was working on it.
Not that small. Don't worry, it doesn't need to be that small. Like
you just need the
10%. The top.
You don't need the 10%.
Sir, it's 9% now. Can you please adjust that?
Oh my god, you guys are gonna fucking kill me, dude. Like, for real.
Yeah, there you go.
It's going to be this way for the next, like, 20 minutes.
All right.
We should DM him every time it changes.
Why would I DM him when I can just say it right here?
Or send an email.
Here, I'm just going to put 9%.
Let's not do that again.
I'm just going to do 9%. How about that? There we go. 9%.
Now, Alterari, what's the fleet chat like?
Oh, it's hilarious. Like, we're all having a grand old time. Some FCs like to, some FCs like to keep it super like tight, and I get to a point where it's like I can't. I'm the biggest spurg of them all. Like, no chatter is not safe when I'm around.
Alterari really is a horrendous spurg. Like,
yeah, like there's nothing is sacred.
He's the sort of spurg that will annoy me on a chill fleet.
All right,
here, it's hard to do.
Here, real quick, guys, because then I got one more giveaway. All right, Lord Crom, please DM Jinja Flame for the second skin giveaway. Congratulations, Lord Crom. You got a minute.
So, Tuzzy, is it true that you're gonna go main World of Warships now?
I'm gonna go what?
You're gonna go main World of Warships as your new game?
Actually, no. I have been since the new game came out. I think was like either early to late October, November. I forget exactly when. I've been pretty much playing nonstop Farm Simulator 2022.
Oh, wow.
I've got a friend that's been obsessed with that lately. He said it is amazing.
It is
very, go pro?
It's very relaxing.
The Fraternity bomber fleet's working on to the Keepstar now. So I guess they're going to hard on it.
I've been doing that for the other simulator games like Truck Simulator and all those. Like,
that would be too much on the nose, right?
I've seen tournaments for Farm Simulator. That shit's intense. Like,
dude, how the hell would you have a tournament for Farm Simulator?
I don't know, man, but Dave Archer loves that game, man. I'm just saying.
You can Google it or just find it on YouTube.
You have X amount of time. The person who grows the most corn in that amount of time wins, I guess. But is this what you're doing?
I've been playing on I've been playing on a private Discord with 5 or 6 friends, and we have like a multiplayer server going where we have this big farm we have and all these fields we've planted. We started basically from nothing, and there's this one map that you can get that has no pre-planted field, and you just have to go out and buy the land and cut down the trees and plow your own field and then start planting shit and building our own structures. And we've grown it to quite a sizable farm. We are making cotton and silage.
That actually does sound kind of relaxing. Like that whole bit of just like, well, I mean, it's that whole bit of watching something grow, I guess, right?
Yeah. What other crops are available?
Oh God.
Yeah, I imagine that's
sorghum,
cash crop, if you know what I mean.
Cotton, wheat. Let's see, lettuce, strawberries, tomatoes. You can either grow grass and cut it into silage, or corn and cut it into silage. It's like a list of like 20 or 30 crops, and some of the crops are really complicated and require really expensive specialty equipment.
Okay. Here we are. You know, your coverage of EVE Online here, talking about Farm Simulator.
Dude, I mean,
explaining to people at the Goon Meet exactly what it was and what was involved, and the more they heard, they're like, "Yeah, this sounds like the ultimate G Soul game."
Yeah, no kidding. The way you've mentioned that, Tozzy, has actually got me kind of thinking that I should pick up this game at some point and just give it a shot.
So I only picked it up because my son is 5.5 years old now, and he was watching some guy on YouTube, some streamer that was playing it. And he came to me and he said, "Daddy, I want to play the farm game." And I had no clue what he was talking about. And he went and showed me the video, and I saw it was for Farm Simulator 2019. And I was like, "Sure, bud, I'll buy it for you, install it on my computer, and we'll learn it together, right?" And I went to go buy it, and it was the weekend that Farm Simulator 2022 was about to come out, because it was released on that Monday, and I think he asked me for it on a Friday. And I said, "Well, hold on. Let's wait 2 more days and buy the new version, and we'll learn it together." Meanwhile, we bought it. We played it together for 2 or 3 weeks. He lost interest and is off doing something else now, but Dad is fully invested in it. and now I'm playing it. Like, I think on Steam, I've put over 500 or 600 hours into it.
Jesus, dude, that is a lot on a fucking farm simulator.
It's a game though. It's a game though that you can plow, set up your fields and buy a bunch of tractors and equipment, and then set your AI bot worker to plow the field for you, and you can walk away and come back and it's done. So I'll run it during the day while I'm working, and it's kind of running in the background just doing shit.
That's pretty great. Tuzzy, ex-G-Soul director, now virtual farm owner.
Yeah. Exactly, yep.
Hey, I do notice that we've... Just give me a second.
Yeah, go.
I do notice that we've been joined by a couple of people here on Twitch. We've got Dawn Rear here from the ever wonderful Theta Squad and also Locust Sig. And then Brisk Rubal has joined us again. Brisk, are you still in your car?
I am not, ladies and gentlemen. I have made it home safely from the DC meet.
How bad is 66?
It's in bad shape. It's in bad shape.
It's putting it down hard here at my house.
Unfortunately, there were a lot of Maryland drivers on the road. Fortunately, they stayed the hell away from me. So I didn't get into any accidents. It was pretty bad. So we had a hard time getting home, but we made it home. Gentlemen, 6%. This is a big deal. And I was listening while we were talking about the mechanics on how this stuff happens and what do you guys think is going to happen. I don't know about the rest of you, but as one of the very few people that have seen dead Keepstars with no asset safety, I killed 2 of them in Hard Knocks Wormhole. I'm very excited to see what happens today for a number of reasons. Because I think, number one, either this can be the biggest loot pinata in the history of loot pinatas, and I've been a part of a big loot pinata. We killed I guess it was a Tatara or an Athenor that had something close to 220 billion worth of stuff in it. We were looting nightmares and carriers full of nightmares and all kinds of crazy stuff. And this was about a year ago. So I've seen how this works. It's pretty cool. It's very interesting, but I have 2 caveats that I'm concerned about. The first one here is how many people in AOM logged in and moved their stuff to asset safety before or when they heard that this was happening. Because asset safety is not active on this Keepstar right now, but if you log in until it's destroyed, if you log in, you can still move your stuff to asset safety. And I'm wondering how many of those people could have done that before they did that, and how many AFK people couldn't do it, and how much of their stuff is going to be left. So I'm expecting there's going to be a solid amount of loot in here, because unless they actively logged in and tried to move their stuff, it's going to drop. I'm not worried about the server crashing. I think it'll be okay. I am wondering how many of them would troll the Imperium the way that Hard Knocks trolled the Initiative when we killed their Keepstar in Rage in the Wormhole. What they love to do was they split up hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stacks of 3,200 cap boosters and set them as single objects. And every time a single object gets blown up, or in somebody's whatever, if it's in one character or whatever, it'll drop one can with just one 3200 cap booster in it. So we were having so many troll cans we had to deal with when we killed the Hard Knocks Keepstar. It wasn't even funny. I'm wondering if they did that. There'll be a ton of shuttles. There'll be a ton of noob ships. There's going to be all kinds of random stuff floating around out there. How are we killing this right now? Can you guys tell me? Because I'm not in the fleet, so I'm not aware of what's going on. How are we killing this? Are we using supers or not?
It looks like there's Titans at the front of the Keepstar.
There's a few Titans and some Dreads and a few carriers.
Okay, so as long as we don't have a ton of supers, there is a good chance that this kill mail will generate. If there are a bunch of supers, then the kill mail is not going to generate. And I think Tuzzy's right when he said there's no rhyme or reason as to when the kill mails generate. But the one thing that I have noticed, having watched so many of these, if you have either a large number of players or a large number of supers, one or the other or both, that's what fucks the kill mails up and doesn't make them generate.
Hey,
so I think we got a shot that this might actually generate.
I don't mean to interrupt, but can whoever had backup real quick on the stream, my game just fucking crashed.
No.
Yeah, like straight up just crashed.
This is Asher leading all of this, right? I assume.
Oh nope, it just came back.
Cool. There you go. Good. I'm gonna see if I can get it into a shuttle and head over there.
Yeah, because it's like
most Imperium FCs or coordinators are familiar with, not using fighters anymore, not taxing the server. We saw the fighters at the start just to whore on the kill mail, and then they all got pulled. But I believe that'll be the last time we see the fighters.
Well, we did just witness that fraternity bomber fleet getting absolutely dunked. They just got completely deleted.
We've had a over the last couple of days, and I've been out here with Hyper and Merc and some of the guys on the stream doing the gate camp of that whole pocket, including in our Tech AR can. And we had kind of an unwritten agreement. I don't know whether it was written or not, but it seemed like an unwritten agreement. Like we weren't going to shoot them. They weren't going to shoot us while we were in our Tech A. But as soon as they left, everything was off and we could kill whatever we wanted. So I'll be surprised. I mean, the fraternity guys have to realize that, yeah, they're here to fuck with AOM. But the minute that this thing dies, we're going to nuke them next. I mean, they have to understand that, I hope.
I'm pretty sure they've already been nuked. They warped on grid at 5%. I think they're just whoring before they die.
Now at 3%. Nearly time for it to go pop. Tie-dye has gone down to 12%.
Yeah, like my game is just crashing. Briskin, are you able to get on, bud?
I am on the way over. Yes.
Okay, don't move it around too much. Just let it recover. It'll recover.
I didn't. It just did it by itself. I don't know what's going on.
I've got a
let me get into potato mode while I can.
I tried to put it in potato mode before, and it's just this whole thing's just my computer isn't the best.
If you're just tuning in or don't understand what's going on, AOM transferred a Keepstar to the Imperium and then tried to backdoor their way into Ranger Regiment. Gave them a 24-hour grace period, after which we pulled their access to the structure, pulled all the fuel, let it go abandoned, and that was a week ago. So now is the loot pinata time because the structure is now abandoned.
Yeah, if your client just suddenly completely shuts down, there's a few of us with cameras here, or if Brisk wants to do it with whoever, but we are now on 2%.
I mean, my stream didn't die. It's just the game.
Yeah, if you're going to swap over, you should do it now so that people can watch the explosion.
All right, who's going to swap? And I can stop real quick.
Swap, you just do it live. Just broadcast it here, and then you can take the video.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Oh, broadcast it on
Discord.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I can do that.
I got my camera logged in.
Sorry about this, folks in chat. Technical difficulties.
Ginger, my recommendation is pop it out and then capture that video or that icon.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah, it saves the cropping, and then you can still access other things.
Right.
We're back to your original screen, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
Okay. It's just,
I was thrown into this earlier today. Like I was just straight up thrown into this. So it was fantastic. There we go.
So you might need to zoom out a little bit on that.
Yep, I got it.
Yep.
There we go. We're back.
There we go. Lovely.
Excellent.
So the update on the percentage, 2%.
Now we're down to 1%, so it's the final percentage before the explosion, and then the hours of the cans will start, spawning will start.
Are we breaking any records here? Any like Guinness records for anything?
Not yet. It looks like from the numbers that I'm seeing in terms of local and everything, we're at a very large number, but it's not close to the amount that we would see in the event that this was like a record-breaking thing. The record is around, I think, 6,900 right now. I'd have to double check that in terms of people in space. But this is still a solid number. You know, for a non-major fight, all we're doing is killing an abandoned structure here. So folks are here because they want to see what drops. They want to see the loot. They want to see what happened, who's going to try to contest it. And just the spectacle of seeing a multi-hundred billion-isk structure die with no asset safety for the first time in nullsec history is pretty cool. And is that it? Are we done?
Yeah,
that's it. Blow it up.
And here we go. Here comes the fun part.
Oh, it's gonna go nuts, dude. Here we go.
So you're going to get rid of the overlay?
What's going to happen, you probably need to kill the overlay. What's going to happen in a second is you're going to start seeing the cans spawn. And it will turn into this giant sphere of yellow and white around the Keepstar. And they're just going to keep popping and popping and popping and popping and popping.
There used to be an AoE. I think they removed that. Or at least there was for what? Titans and Supers had like an on death.
There was an AoE on Titans and Supers that was taken out. I have been on a campaign to remove any unnecessary AoE from the game for a while.
Well,
because
I don't think anyone even knew it existed.
Useless. Well, that's the thing. I mean, how many of these Keepstars had died prior to the war where you saw it? So it wasn't a big deal. But the real issue was anytime that you're in these 10% tie-dye fights, the last thing you want is all kinds of random things that aren't that critical that are going to mess up the way the servers. I'm not going to touch, I'm not suggesting we get rid of smart bombs or regular bombs or any of that kind of stuff, but the AoE on Titans, when you fire a Doomsday that sucks capacitor around other people, that's unnecessary. And things like burst jammers and stuff, like we had situations where people were coming in and they had a legitimate reason, like they were bringing burst jammers so that in a tie-dye fight, if you break somebody's lock, it's going to take them half an hour to lock somebody again. So it gets to be frustrating, but at the same time it also causes a ton of tie-dye, and that's not fun and it's not funny. And people would argue, oh, they're just trying to crash the server, even though, but it was one of those edge cases where there was actually a legitimate reason why they did it, even though it did have the, side effect of helping to crash the server. But right now we're going to see this big giant explosion. It is happening in real time right in front of you. The little spots are going to start bombing up the towers, the two towers on each side of the Keepstar and in the center. And then we're going to see a lovely big time boom. Everything will be very pretty for a few minutes, and then the fun begins.
Oh, the cans are starting to populate now by the looks of it. And just a reminder, too, to stay away from the cans until our special forces have taken care of it, and listen to your FC on your fleets, please.
Yeah, and they are called hangar containers, so it's not a normal cargo container.
You can't even track them, can you?
No.
I have no idea.
Not warehouse cans like those. You can't track to them. And they've got like 250,000 or 500,000 HP or something stupid.
Alrighty, guys.
Yeah, 500,000 structure HP.
That's the problem. Like, you can't blow them up. Even though we wanted to, we were trying to just blow up the 3,200 cap boosters if there's nothing in there. It's not going to work. It takes too long.
This is kind of like that show Storage Wars, right? Where they open the
That's exactly what this is. I mean, I was using a joke. I was making jokes like this has the potential to be really awesome, or it's going to be like when Geraldo opened Al Capone's safe and there's nothing in it. It's one or the other. But I am on grid right now, and I am seeing can after can after can after can popping. This is pretty amazing. There is a ton of yellow cans popping right here on the stream right now.
You can just see the Titans and the Capitals starting to jump out.
There's a bunch of test shuttles that are warping in too. We should probably do something with those. Oh my goodness, everybody's warping in. All these test dudes.
Once the explosion's done, I'll come out and we'll have a look at this amount of shuttles coming. Just got like a good explosion. And there it is. That is bright.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, you are watching INN's continuing coverage of the first Keepstar to die in nullsec with no asset safety. This will be a big loot time fest. This is the former staging Keepstar of the Army of Mango's Alliance. They have fail-skated, tried to join the Imperium through Ranger Regiment, were smacked to the curb for not following the rules, and the result has been what you're seeing on your screen right now, a dead Keepstar and a loot fest that will make New York City with no power look like a kid's birthday party.
It's a good analogy, Brisk.
Servers seem to be behaving.
I wasn't concerned too much about the server. We've seen these before, and I think the way that they do this, where it's staggered, is going to be okay. Again, I don't think we're going to see a kill mail. If we see a kill mail, I'll be very, very impressed. But I'm not going to hold my breath for it.
I think what helps is the cans come in waves.
Oh, hey, Don.
Hi.
How are you feeling?
Woo!
Was it an eventful weekend?
It's like a doomsday to the face.
That actually is the Keepstar kill mail and not L Miner's mining ship.
We actually got a Keepstar kill mail? I can't believe it.
Yep,
amazing.
Posted in chat.
Unbelievable.
Now, when the items pop out, are they just going to show neutral, or are they going to show...
Yeah, if there's a ship that's ejected or chucked out of a can, it will just show as neutral.
Yep.
Keepstars will only show what's in the Keepstars bays, not what members and stuff had.
Yeah, so the kill mail won't show all this loot.
Correct. It does not. Keepstar is dead. We have the kill mail. 2,123 people involved on the kill mail. Final blow, Menazar. Top damage, Hamma Jamma from Init in a levy. Congratulations. You win the big prize.
And we got told to loot.
and it's looting time.
And here it begins the gold rush.
And it's usually more of like 8 people trying to board the same ship. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's always an issue, yes.
Plus, if you target one, you can't jump into it, so there's going to be a bit of this around.
But you can't target it if you're in a pod, so.
This is true. I'm just going to move my camera off so I don't get commissar by anyone thinking I'm looting. 1 second, bear with me.
I'm in a shuttle and I'm initiating warp, and it's taking a minute.
Yeah, I've initiated warp.
Just a little bit.
I saw a battleship symbol in there. I see a blue battleship. I don't know if we have any on grid normally.
Yeah, can we try to get a close-up of, like, the middle of that, where all the cans would be?
The cans are all on the sides.
Oh, really? They spawn, like, way on the side?
Yeah, spawn around the edges.
Cool.
Non-goon carrier looted.
Excellent.
If anyone in fleet wants to report, that's fine.
My camera's just going to move a second. Finally, it got into warp.
I'm hearing people calling out ship types that they're finding.
And the first Aeon got looted.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Heard it there, guys. Super carrier looted.
There's just one neutral popped out in space. No one entered it for now. And a Thanatos.
So what I'm seeing here is that...
and a jump freighter as well. I've just changed my overview to capitals so I can see any capitals that get launched. There's a jump freighter, Aeon, and Thanatos.
So, Brisk, are you going to warrant some sort of guesstimate on how much is actually going to be looted?
I don't even know if it's possible to guess at this point. I would say we pulled 220 billion out of a staging structure that had died from a group that was not playing the game. This is an active group. We don't know how many people were willing to pull things open, but I'm guessing at least $1 trillion ISK would make sense to me. But I think it's impossible for us to really say yet. It's just it's potentially, it could be huge. It potentially could be not too much, but I'm hearing Aeons and carriers and other things are being dropped, that tells me that this is going to be pretty significant.
I'm seeing a lot of reds that are on almost every container. It seems to be a red and a blue.
Well, I mean, from my understanding, we have a couple of fleets out there that are supposed to be dealing with these reds, right?
And they appear to be doing so.
And I know that we have just been told in the Init fleet to start killing everything red on the grid. So
we know about how many cans have actually spawned yet?
I can try to, I mean, I'm looking at my overview and it's a lot.
Yeah, and they keep spawning.
Yeah, there's a lot, and they who was it that said before? They spawn in waves, so they don't all spawn at once.
I think the most thing that I'm worried about, and I don't think it's going to happen, right? But is if one of these, reds or orange or anything, if they actually are able to get into a ship and get away. But I mean, just look at that ball of blue. It's beautiful.
The shuttles are most likely there just to try to steal any small thing that's valuable, like an officer mod or...
One of our guys just found a can with 2 Ansiblexes in it.
Oh, bloody hell.
Are you going to overprice those too?
You know it.
I gotta say that Dracarys is worse than you guys.
So I have...
Minakawa's just been launched.
I got a can with 4,276 liquid ozone, a Venture, and an Damar
I got
shuttle.
Festival Launcher.
And both of them are from a guy named Large Dark Nipples.
Now, once you're holding the can open, no one else can access it, right?
No, anybody else can
Anybody
access it at
can.
the same time. Yep.
Just look at all these shuttles and whatnot coming over from our what was that? Oh, there's a freighter.
So, question, Brisk: if this passes the 1.4 trillion mark in loot, isn't it kind of record-breaking? Because then it's actually more loot than has been lost in the record-breaking fights.
I mean, I would say it's it's record-breaking regardless. This is the first time we've seen something where I've seen asset safety with a Keepstar. So it's going to have a lot of stuff in it, just because this was a stager. We've seen plenty of other situations where people have lost large amounts of ISK through this abandoned structure mechanic, but this is the first time we've seen a Keepstar in nullsec, and so I think no matter what, it's going to go down in history just for that. But again, this is one of these situations where it's almost impossible for us to know and to tell because of how many people are on this grid and what's being taken. Even if we tally it up and GSOL is able to put together a complete list of this is what we took, well, and we'll have some of that. Like the biggest stuff, the stuff that gets reported, we'll know about. But all the little things, we're going to have no idea. So I think it's going to come down to whatever Billy Bop and the guys end up announcing as the final take. That'll be the most conservative number. It'll be more than that. And I know that when we killed the 2 Keepstars in Rage in 2019, we were able to make enough money to cover all of the cost of the year-long project of planning it, plus plenty more than that. So I think it's at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot of money in terms of in-game assets.
Brisk,
but we don't know. I don't think we're ever going to know.
You just said the most conservative estimate, and I think I've got to jump in and say that this is going to be a very conservative estimate in terms of Billy Bop and the States cut, because there are going to be how many subcaps in there? How many Munins, how many Ishtars, how many Cerberuses, not to mention things like Interceptors, which are running at, what, like 40, 50 mil a go? Just the sheer number of them is going to drive that tally so far up in terms of the overall estimated value that we're never going to hear about.
Right, exactly.
Just out of curiosity, do CCP actually have an ability to pull this data and give it to us?
Not that I'm aware of.
If they don't, they should probably fix that.
Yeah, they probably should fix the fact that their MER data doesn't include the 31st of the month.
We do not talk
There's
about
a lot of
the
things
MER.
they need to fix with their data. Let's just be honest. But I mean, here's the thing. How often does this happen? And do we want them focusing on providing a tool so that we can count it the one time this happens every year? I don't know.
I think we'd like them focusing on making sure that their data is correct, at the very least.
Right.
Their data, not the data that they give us, but their data is correct. Because we all know that the data that they have and the data that they provide are two very different things.
Correct. We are about to doomsday a carrier who's being a jerk.
All right. Have we done? Are you refresh on the looting rules here? If not, we should probably do that right about now. Now that people are starting to jump in here.
Oh, there's another carrier, Nedogger.
This is indeed a frenzy.
All right, so for any Imperium guys watching, there are looting rules here. First up, we've got the GSOL Coord state-sanctioned guys going around looking at cans, finding things that the state will be taking. Things like the Thanatos that was just doomsdayed, or the Nidhogger that's currently about to be killed. Anything with a capital jump drive is going to the state in order to pay for things like the war we just fought. After that,
another minute up.
After that, there will be a notification going on from the state to tell you, as line members, that you are free to go ahead and grab anything. Anything subcap is going to be.
Already happened.
Yeah, it's already been pinged for.
Yeah, Dirk, keep up.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm just reading back over the pings over the last few minutes. But either way, anything capital should go to the Alliance, dock it up and throw it across, and you will see the value of this when you get your SRP.
I just found a can with 2 jump gates in it myself.
Nice!
Free gates. Free gates for everyone.
Don, I tried to get a Guardian for you.
Well, I asked somebody to get me 1 ship if they could.
I got a Tengu.
Like Brisk, I was also at Rage, and I still have the scimitar that I looted from it.
Don, do you have any interesting DC stories for us?
I stole a Titan.
Do you still have it?
No, Plexus finally woke up and we gave it to him.
What time did Ragnar get in last night?
2:30, 2:30, somewhere in there. I woke up at like 7 and he was in bed, so.
Yes, okay, color.
I do have a question for you.
For me, specifically? Wow.
Yes. Is it referred to corp diplomats because you get walked all over?
And unlike everybody else on this grid, we've all done this before, so we kind of know what we're doing. Just saying.
Oh, FRT have just looted a Naglfar.
It's the absolute worst part.
What was that about corp diplomats? We don't acknowledge those around here.
I assume that if FRT gets, like, is there any directive to let them take stuff, or?
No.
Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it dead.
Grab it quick.
I see a Nyx that's appearing to. It's a Init Nyx. I don't know if it's.
No, that was already
there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Before.
I've got my cap overview, so any new caps that come out of cans or whatever appear straight here. Interesting to see that the orange and the reds, just the sheer number of them now is starting to thin out very quickly. So those guys that are killing the bads that are trying to loot, quite clearly doing a good job.
Now, is anyone in any of the fleets reporting anything interesting that they found?
Gentlemen, I'm going to sign off for now. Thanks for all for watching. I'm going to go. You guys can keep watching the looting. I'm going to go take a nap because it's been a long weekend.
Wow, you get some jump gates.
I'll see you all later.
Bails on us.
I did. I didn't even. I just sent that guy at the GSOL to get the jump gates, so we're good.
Take it easy. See you later.
Anyway. Yeah, we'll see you later, Brisk.
Thanks, Brisk.
Thanks, Brisk.
It's good seeing you, Don.
Yep, you too.
So, has any one of you that's in the chat here, have any of you actually gotten any loot yet, and what did you get?
I'm currently looting some boosters and blueprints.
Nice. Any nice blueprint?
Not really good one. Sensor network array and triage modules.
Ah, right. I remember when we were, I was out here with Whelp Squad and we were just glassing catch with some of the structures that got left behind. And one of the guys on there pulled out a full cap component BPO set.
So I take it that we've released everybody in order to go in and grab what's remaining, right? Is that's the case?
I have confirmation that Gisel has the Keepstar core.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Hey.
Have we seen any Titans that actually came out of it yet?
As far as I know, the Nagelfar that got looted by Frat got doomsdayed. I haven't seen the kill mail, but it did not look like it was going to survive.
I think that's it, just blowing up on stream now.
Yeah, I see it.
Kerplow.
Goodbye.
I think if there's people that were logged off in their Titans, do they automatically go to that 1 million kilometers point, and do they just disappear, or do they sit in space for a certain amount of time? Or?
They're safe log.
Right.
So I think it's different than safe log.
Well, if they log in, they'll log in here at the Keepstar.
Not from what I've told. They'll just log in randomly in system.
Yeah, I seem to recall it being randomly in system too.
Well, when I was in my Guardian and the Keepstar blew up on me, I logged in right where the Keepstar had been. So, personal experience.
I'm not sure if it's different for subcaps than supers or what.
Yeah, and the kill mail for that Nagelfar has just been put in chat.
The problem is we've seen some of the time with stuff like this, we've seen one behavior, and we've kind of assumed that therefore that's the behavior that will always happen, and then we've had another event 6 months later in which an entirely separate behavior happens. So we're like, well, we don't fucking know anymore.
That Nagelfar has nothing fitted to it, so it seems like that kill mail kind of bugged out a little bit.
No, it's probably just a hole. It's not like they flew it in or jumped it in. It's probably just put in there as like a ship.
A reserve hull.
Yeah, for the war they were going to fight.
It was part of that 4, 5, 6,000 dreadnought cache that they had.
Someone go ratting.
It's actually a good idea. Somebody wants to do a crab beacon out here.
Yeah, right.
No one would ever notice it.
I don't think anybody's paying attention to anything else.
Now, question, could you anchor one now in that ball of all those people?
As long as there's not a structure.
Yeah, it has to be a certain amount of kilometers away from a structure, but yeah.
Nice question. Congrats on your Ishtar BPO, man.
Interesting.
Isn't that a T2B?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, with a pinch of salt.
100 million's not worth it, man. It's got to be at least $2 billion.
Oh, Rockwell. Rockwell's just been thrown out of a can up there.
Capital jump drive, throw it to the Alliance.
Another Nidhogg.
All Workwolves get contracted to Big Bill the Boss for his Delve Defense Fleet.
This is performing a lot smoother than I thought it would.
I mean, it sounds like we got what we originally came for, right? Just to make sure that we got all the big shit out, right? So far.
Seems
except
that way.
for that one Titan that got blown up, but that's about it.
A Titan got blown up?
I thought that's what you guys said earlier. Then I saw something blow up on stream. And what the hell was it?
Oh, no, that was a Nagelfar.
Oh, okay. And I thought it was a Titan. No, a Titan did not get blown up. That was my bad. Excuse me.
Spreading lies.
Dude, you know what? That's my, a call sign because I just, spread bad things around, right? So what was looted so far? A shit ton of stuff, man. I mean, and I think it's going to be impossible to know exactly what all the loot was or is.
There's a Condi in that Rookwell now. It's now ours.
Yeah. Interesting that Aeon hasn't been claimed yet, unless someone's targeting it.
Now, are cans still spawning?
I think so. Just at a very slow rate.
Almost certainly.
I mean, we're still at 10% tie-dye.
Oops, I turned the camera.
Yeah, you did. I was like,
where's that gone now?
Where'd
oh my god, where's it gone?
Oh no, where did everybody go? They blew up.
Oh, there we go. Whew.
You scared me.
Scared myself.
It's vanished.
For those ones that it's because it's at 10% tie-dye as well. It's like, so slowly. Move it slowly. Do not crash.
You can also activate skin licenses, I think, if you open the can.
Yeah, you should be able to activate them in space.
And the same with skill books. I injected some random exploration skill that I didn't have.
I'm just going to take my hand off the mouse.
Dude, at least your PC's running it good enough. Mine just took a shit. I'm surprised the stream didn't die, to be honest, but...
Oh, we got Horde shuttles that have just arrived on ground. A load of them.
I found 500 million strontium.
Wow, that's heavy.
500 million stront.
Or 500 million ISK in stront.
No, 1.3 billion ISK in strontium.
Wow.
Okay, so Maxinio needs a freighter. Anybody who can help him out there?
Well, I think there's a Rourke out there. Isn't there like a Rourke out there, I thought?
Did you know how much that weighs?
I have no idea.
1.8 billion cubic meter.
Holy shit.
It's only 1,100 freighters.
Was that their like G-Soul version of their like pocket?
Well,
that's got to be worth a lot of money though.
This was their 1DQ equivalent, Dawn. You've got to remember that.
Yeah, that means one person had that. Because each container is like an item.
It could be a hanger container, like a corp hanger or whatever you.
I'm just trying to do the maths now on how much that's worth. So 500 million units.
540 million.
That is a lot. Like, that's a lot.
It's a super lot. But yeah, I can't take it.
You can't take part of it even? Or just some of it?
I'm in an interceptor.
Oh.
That's a lot of zeros on how much that's worth.
So the cans are spawning at different rates there. So you won't see all the cans at the same time.
I think that's 1.4 trillion worth in strontium, unless I've done that really wrong.
I'm not sure if it's really 500. Sounds a bit much.
So I just scored Bellicose.
Nice.
What are you in, Dawn?
My hotel room.
No, that was a good answer, actually.
I'm still trying to get my client to like land on a can and respond.
Yeah, there we are. Hang on a second, someone just posted this. Thanks to Chaser1 for posting this little link for how much that strontium would be worth. I'll just repost it now. He said.
You could read it out for those of us that can't click on anything at the moment.
Ah, good point. Well presented. 1.345 trillion.
Woo!
Jesus.
In strontium alone.
There we go.
That is a lot.
So, guys, CCP have sorted the stockpiles, right?
Apparently so.
How many ice belts would that take to make?
How many locust fleets would it take to get that much?
The answer is I think lots. Overall.
I think I get it. This is prosperity. This
Yeah,
is what
abandoned
CCP
Keepstars all around the map.
CCP didn't give it to us, so we had to make our own.
I guess that's the reason why this system is laggy as fuck.
Yeah, Max, can you take like a screenshot or something so we can check you?
I would if I can find the can again. I mean, I have no chance to get a bit out of it, so I moved away. But it's if you look from the 40s, it's somewhere on the left bottom side.
Another Thanatos, or what is it? Came out?
Yeah, that's another Thanatos that's just been chucked out of a can.
1/5, and I say 1/10.
Oh my god!
Why are you moving?
Quit
your
moving your
camera?
mouse.
Just put it there.
You mean 2 times?
Oversensitive.
He's just excited. All right, he's just excited.
Don, have you ever been a cameraman?
Or a camera
Yep.
woman.
Yeah, I have during one of the NPC Delve Keepstar battles.
Sanctioned destruction. Go home, cameraman. You're drunk.
Uh-oh, red in the... There's a red in the Thanatos. I guess it has to die.
Oh, it will die.
I'm really surprised that they're even trying to get shit. I mean, it's
so laggy they might, because it takes a while to lock people.
Yeah, that's true.
It's probably more about loot denial.
Right, so they're just trying to keep it away from us.
Well, I mean, either we get it or we kill it or they get it. It's a gamble that's like, to be fair, actually not bad odds in terms of whether or not they might get something here.
I mean, the FRT Thanatos does have a lot of stuff around it.
Why don't we just bubble our own fleet? That's a good question. Why don't we do that, guys?
Well, because then the capitals can't warp off, jump out, etc., etc. Like,
And people can't get the loot out.
There's also
sphere is also massive.
Yeah, like these things are spawning what? Like, I think 200 kilometers away from where the Keepstar was. So it's a,
you
like,
can definitely walk from one side to
radius.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's a lot, and you've also got to remember that these things are still spawning, right? The cans aren't
100%.
done. We're
No, it's still
getting new
spawning.
cans all the time.
So as you undock from the fort, have a look around, because I tried to bookmark the can I was at, but it was gone by the time I got back out of the fort. Because things are taking a couple of minutes.
There's also a bunch of bubbles on grid, yeah. Like, people are bubbling just randomly for no reason, apparently.
What's the tie-dye at? Is it still at 10?
Yes.
It's pegged.
What?
Tie-dye is at maximum.
Yeah, because it's trying to process these thousands of items that to process them and spawn them around the wreck, or where the wreck was.
Now, if there had to be a theme song for this operation, would it be like Helter Skelter by the Beatles?
No, I mentioned it earlier. It'd be that Benny Hill one.
Oh, the Benny Hill?
Oh, yeah, Yakety Sax. Yeah, that's a great one.
Oh, another rock one. Same can of where that Thanatos came.
Did the Thanatos jump out? Is that what we saw?
And I just get out of warp, please.
Oh, that
Naglfar?
Thanatos, Naglfar, and Rorqual came out the same can. Minakawa, Apostle. That looks like a Corp Hanger.
By the way, I got a little birdie said there might be a Zernitra out there somewhere.
Ooh.
In one of the cans.
I want another one.
But it's I don't know how credible the source is, so we'll see.
Can I call dibs on that? I know it's got a jump drive, but I kind of want one. Another, I need another. Those things can solo ref. Yeah, those things can solo ref a Keepstar. It's ridiculous. So we've just scored a Naglfar and a Rorqual, an Apostle and a Menikawa.
This is amazing, man. Cans are still spawning.
Oh yeah, they're still spawning. They'll keep spawning for hours.
Yeah, I was about to say, dude, because we'll be doing this for a while.
Questionable bleach, whatever your name is. I have one, and I tested it on the test server. Just out of interest, it can solo ref a Keepstar. I was testing it for the damage for a video, and getting about, I think it was 68 or 69,000 DPS.
And I've got to drop off.
I'm going to give people a little update here. I'm popping up on the stream, and herpity blurp. This is still the best way to get in touch with the entire Imperium because we're busy running around harvesting the idiots. So this is going great so far. The main thing is some of you are dedicated anti-support, and that is lovely. We are attempting to steal as much stuff from Pappy as we can, and there are some Pappies here that are trying to steal it back. And we've been vaporizing them very well off the field. It is 10% tie-dye. You can see fleets of shuttles coming in and getting nuked. I just want to encourage the people that are not actively looting, that are good anti-support, to let you guys know you're fucking heroes, and please keep shooting the Pappies as soon as we get to a point where the Pappies have been sort of leveled while everybody else is looting. I think hilarious things are going to continue to happen. We've already seen a shitload of caps. We've seen some super caps. There's just crazy stuff popping out. And we have no idea how long this is going to last, but we are already in what I would call a better than expected scenario. The node did not crash. This thing is full of loot. There are bad guys to shoot to keep it interesting while we're looting. And instead of, how long are we going to have to sit on our hands and wait? We pretty much decided, given the bad guys here, that it was better for us to just get everybody stuck in and doing stuff. So don't put any MTUs down. If you see people putting MTUs down, blow up the MTUs. That's not okay. If you are an anti-support person and you're good at nuking Pappies, there's lots of Pappies here to nuke. And the more that these guys get blapped by cormorants or sacks or any of our other various techniques of shuttle removal, the better. So yeah, let's just keep clearing through these bitches and take their stuff. This is working out amazing. I'm really, really happy with this.
So much fun.
Well, just already seen a bunch of capitals being taken by ourselves. There's also a Rorqual and an Anshar that have been taken by Pappy, but I think we've already got about 10, 15 caps out already.
Yeah, there's gonna be slippage, right? Like, this is never gonna be a perfect scenario. The main thing is I want people to get to have fun and steal the stuff and participate in it. And so I'm kind of glad that the Pappies turned up in the numbers that they did, because then it was like, you know what, let's not have anybody wait. Let's just get stuck in and commence the blood orgy. And here we are. And the server's holding. I actually get to say nice things about CCP for a change. And so far so good. Somebody's asking about anti-support. What is anti-support? Anti-support is support ships are smaller things that are hard to hit, be they interceptor, shuttle, hell, even if you want to call a Svipple, technically speaking. And the whole goal here is these guys are coming in with shuttles and stuff, and they're trying to dive bomb onto ships that are spawning out of these cans in the loot pinata. And in many cases, we already have those ships locked up, so they can't actually dock in or board the ship. Again, there will be some slippage. We're going to lose some. That's fine. We're stealing all the stuff from AOM anyway. But anti-support is the practice of having a ship like a Legion is the one that I like to use, is just a dedicated platform for nuking small ship, really quick lock time, long range, and good tracking.
Now, Mittens, do we have a count as far as capital assets?
Absolutely not. No, not yet. This has happened within just the last few minutes, and so right now it is a mad scramble, and bureaucracy and stuff like that is going to wait until after the dust is settled. One of the things to keep in mind about this, guys, is that what you see on the field here is just the beginning, and that's why I'm talking about anti-support and dedicated anti-support to keep the pappies cleared away, because this is going to keep spawning cans for hours. We don't know how many hours, but essentially what we are doing now with the blood orgy, the blood feast, whatever gimmick we're going to call this, this is the new normal. More cans will spawn, more loot will drop, more pappies will run in and try to kill it. We will kill the pappies or we will fail, and it's going to be hilarious. And I'm fucking loving this. I am so happy that Monto decided to be such a douchebag that he gave us this opportunity.
Looks like the Thanatos from earlier did get blapped, did not make it out.
We do kind of have Initiative's Titan group here, so, it's, if they get some stuff away, we're going to try to kill the stuff that they get in. It's going to happen. It's just the main thing is we get most of it. And so far, so good.
There was a very brief report, we can't confirm it for 100%, that there was 500 million units of strontium, which works out at 1.3 trillion, but is also 1.8 billion cubic meters.
That is going to be absolutely nightmarish. Like, Stront is so high. What's the M3 on that?
No, that was 1.8 billion M3. That's 1,800 freighters.
No, it's 180 freighters, because freighters... No,
your freighter Sharon can do 1 million cubic meters.
A million M3. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So 1.8 billion M3. Yeah.
That is
G-Sol.
I expected to come out of this. I did not expect that much. That is a very heavy investment in strontium calthrates. Like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna throw out Jonas M1 AML1 in Twitch chat. Moving that stront is Billy Bop's baptism by fire.
Yeah,
welcome to G-Sol, baby.
Indeed.
Yeah, just shoot again.
What was the M3 account on that again?
1.8 billion.
Unironically, with the amount of freighters that we had in fleet after the war, we could move that in probably 5 or 6 hours.
Wow. That's actually pretty impressive.
We moved 400 or 500 million M3 of stuff in like 2 hours one night, because we had 60 Charons in a fleet that we were Titan bridging back and forth between Armalin and Delph. 1.8 billion, it's just 3 times more than that.
And welcome to why we talk about G-Sol as literal fucking heroes.
Yeah.
Guys in Twitch chat.
When you think it can't be done, G-Sol.
We just have a bunch of guys. It's like, I've got 12 alts and I can put a freighter on each alt, and you get 4 or 5 of those guys together, and pretty soon you can move a lot of shit in a short amount of time.
Got another Nidhogger that's been thrown out, another Rorqual. A couple more capitals there, Thanatos and Nagelfar. That Horde jump freighter is still held in position.
Yeah, it either doesn't have fuel or it's tackled and it's gonna die. It should have been out by now.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some subcaps going, but FRT just got that Rorqual, but yeah, I've seen the occasional Pappy subcap getting out, but if they want a subcap, they can have a subcap.
Well, and I doubt that it would make it out anyways, right? I mean, it's going to get blown up.
There goes Boom, one of them.
Yeah.
That bright explosion's a capital dying.
It's probably, as I said before, it's probably just bitter, loot denial.
No, I mean, in a scenario like this is just, frankly, this is the biggest buffet we've ever seen in EVE Online. And since this isn't in wormhole space. So I was wrong when I was saying that there was only, that one of these things had never been done before. There had been a Keepstar turned into a loot pinata. It was just in wormhole space. So here we are in nullsec, and one of the things that's great about nullsec is that if the bad guys want to come and try to steal back their stuff, which we are here stealing from them, they can do it. And they can keep doing it. And if they want to go all night and keep trying to steal stuff from us, that means we have something to do, which is murder pappies and take their shit. And it's great. It's not like this was in a wormhole where nobody could get there unless they knew what the holes are. Everybody in Eve knows this thing is going on. We're throwing a party. We've invited the entire goddamn galaxy, whether we like it or not. And we're just going to keep murdering and keep looting and lean into the chaos because it's delightful. This is the actual fun kind of chaos rather than the age of chaos nonsense. One of the things I want people to realize is that, when you lock a ship up that's empty, nobody can jump into that. And one of the things I'm seeing is people are like, God, I want to get into this thing and it's been locked up. Sometimes it might be locked up by a bad guy. Sometimes it's locked up because we have people who are actually tasked specifically to locking up certain targets that we see bad guys are near, and we really don't want them being there. So what I want people that are listening to, that are in the Imperium, to understand is there's going to be more cans. There's going to be more opportunities. This isn't about to just stop. Like, we're going to be here until I don't know. I genuinely, this could go to downtime. So it's just an endless Christmas of gank the pappy, take the stuff, try to beat them to it. And if we do have people who are bad guys getting into the ships, then we will blow those ships up with the bad guys in them. So just embrace it and enjoy it and get some blood on your hands.
Yeah, so you mentioned the wormhole thing. We've been getting reports that this is in fact the first ever abandoned Keepstar to die in EVE Online ever across the course of the evening. The wormhole thing dropped loot because it was wormhole mechanics, but apparently
it wasn't an abandoned. I see.
So this is the first ever abandoned Keepstar in EVE Online ever.
So it's a pretty big day then.
It's an historic day, and yes, I'm going to keep trolling
the word
with that and historic because it is correct. But I think we're possibly getting round to time to just kind of recap what's going on here. And while we have Mittens here to herf the bluffs, Mittens, would you mind telling
catch people, the folks up at home,
catch people up exactly?
All right. Well, this is also for the gang that's coming back from the DC meet, because one of the things that's inspiring to see when you throw a party and 4,000 of your buddies turn up is we have lots of goons who are coming back from the DC meet and are on trains and logging in from anywhere that they can as they're dodging the snowstorm to come in and participate. So let me start. What you're watching in front of you is the first destruction of an abandoned state Keepstar on Tranquility and EVE Online. Tranquility being the main server here, as opposed to Serenity, which is the main Chinese server. And the reason I bring those two servers up is that there's a bit of cross-server drama that kicked this shit off, because the big guy from the Serenity server essentially came over and decided to, I think, assume direct control of PIBC alliances, because PIBC is the ticker for the Serenity organization. And basically, this dude Monto came on to Tranquility, started ordering around people in Ranger Regiment and ordering around people in AOM. And suddenly they decided that they were going to do this high-risk, zero-reward political play of attempting to trick our diplomats and sneak their way into the Imperium such that they could basically force us to fight fraternity and blue tank within the Imperium. Now, if they had asked us through any of our diplomats, we would have simply told them, no, we're not going to allow you to do this, right? You don't need, there was no real reason why we should have ended up owning this Keepstar, which we have just destroyed, but for the fact that Monto, the PIBC leader from the Serenity server, decided he wanted to be clever and that they were going to do some sort of sneaky kind of thing. And as a result, they gave us this Keepstar, and they said that they're going to move out, and could they have standings, right? And they gave a couple of their other Keepstars away, because Army of Mangoes, for context, has been in a war with fraternity for a long ass time across both of these servers, and that's not our war, right? We don't get involved in blood feuds between Chinese alliances. We do not get involved with blood feuds between Russian alliances. It's just an Imperium policy of, I just don't see any value of getting involved in other people's blood wars. We have our own. But one day, Monto decided to wake up, and when I say one day, I mean, this was last Friday night, Saturday morning when this kicked off, and tried to sneak into the Imperium, which I did not take too kindly to. And at first it was like, is this actually a real conspiracy? And, sometimes you have to wait for the smoking gun to come out. Like people say, ooh, there's an Eve drama and, Mitten says this and Monto said that. And, who's really telling the truth? And it came out a couple hours after I woke up and was, why do we have this fucking Keepstar in Artak A? Why did AOM give us a Keepstar with 26 hours of standings and no other provisions to the deal? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Monto gave a couple of speeches in Chinese, as if we don't have agents that are Mandarin and speak Mandarin perfectly, where he spelled out that they had a plan, that they couldn't get membership in the Imperium because we aren't taking new alliances. And also, Army of Mangoes was in Pappy and fought against us in a war of extermination, which they cheered and clapped for a year and a fucking half. I didn't want them in the Imperium, but they were going to sneak into the Imperium, and this dunderhead spells it out on a fucking speech, which of course is immediately translated by our spies, fraternity spies, everybody's spies, because he just spelled it all out. Or like, oh, okay, so this is some like Scooby-Doo villain, like, it would work fine if it weren't for you kids, like D tier amateur hour. Like, even Pravi Block on Tranquility metagame's better than this Monto motherfucker tried to do over here. So anyway, that's the sort of pre-story, the forward to this drama, and the response to this, once we recognized the treachery, was well, I hope suitably ruthless. So we yanked the fuel out of the Keepstar. We said we're going to force it into abandon, and then we've set up this sort of blood feast, blood orgy, Blade-style party where it is an all-you-can-eat buffet of everything that Army of Mangoes had in their staging system. Please, if you're interested in joining the Imperium, we are not, as an alliance, we're not taking new alliances in the Imperium. We like to have a very tight coalition.
Sorry, but yeah.
What's that?
You said as an alliance, we're not taking new alliances, but
or as a coalition, right? Yeah, thank you. But the thing is, like, if they had, the thing that bothers me, and it's amazing, like, we didn't really do this to them as much as they just came up and stepped on a rake. Like, this was a real situation of an own goal from Monto. And to be fair to the guys that had been running Army of Mangoes before this dude turned up and intervened directly, it had primarily been Fulcrum and a few other guys that were managing AOM day to day, and they never engaged in any attempt at sneaky metagaming stuff. So this is a situation where the big boss from Serenity comes to Tranquility, intervenes directly, fucks everything up because he has no understanding of what he's messing with, and now everything that they had, including apparently trillions of ISK worth of strontium, is being fought over like a pack of fucking hyenas by us and everybody else who is here trying to get a piece of this action. And it's glorious. This is what EVE Online is about. Like, we have higher numbers of people playing EVE Online today than we have had in a long ass time. The PCU has been over like 33,000 a couple hours ago. Don't know what it is right now. Don't care. And you know, emergent gameplay, doing a thing nobody's done before, doing some crazy shit because some dumbass fucked up, and now here we are. And yeah, so that's the sort of general update as to where we are and how we got there. And we again, like I said earlier, we expect to continue doing this until the Keepstar stops spitting out cans. So at some point, the Keepstar will stop spotting cans. And we anticipate that until that happens, bad guys are going to come with the shuttles, and Anti-Support will murder them, and everybody's looting.
So a quick question for you here. Mittani, have you heard any rumors or anything about how he's feeling about all this?
I haven't checked, and I don't give a shit. I mean, he gave a speech. It's a good question. He gave a speech after this came out, which was full of excuses. And, you know, I'm a bad guy, and, you know, we broke a deal, which everybody on Tranquility knows. Like, you can always do a deal with the Imperium because we always stick to our deals. The deal they made with us was 26 hours of standings to evacuate the Keepstar, and then what they didn't tell us was that's all we need because we're going to fold all of AOM into a Ranger Regiment. And I want to be very specific. When they're talking about folding into Ranger Regiment, what they actually did was, in the speech, he said, and keep the chain of command the same. Everything is going to be exactly like Army of Mangoes. It's just going to be Ranger Regiment, and we'll be in the Imperium, and that's how we're going to get away from FRT. So straight up, just a cack-handed scheme. So I don't know what he's thinking. I don't give a fuck. It is a scenario
basically,
where
that's the word you're looking for.
Yeah, it's just fuck them. This is the consequence. This is what happens when you fuck with the Imperium.
Oh, baby, sorry, just to cut in there. That's the second hell in the last 5 minutes that's been pulled out of the camp.
All right, so we're at 3 supers pulled out of cans so far that we've tracked here on the stream. I do want to actually follow up on Mitten's kind of diatribe there, and yes, I invited it to happen, but it was a diatribe. In the last Friday for the CD guys, the core Diplo guys, was a very busy day. Let's put it that way. You know, it was one of those days that kind of reminds you why you join up with CD, and the really interesting kind of aspects of the 4D chess that is EVE geopolitics and EVE metagaming. And earlier on today, Tuzzy spoke a lot about the way GSOL recruits, in that they have applications ongoing and then they kind of pick the best applicants as they go. Core Diplo, in the same way as Coord, kind of do recruitment drives every 6 to 8 months generally. But, you know, if you're interested in how the back side of this works, how the 4D chess is played, really, you should, and you're in the Imperium, you should really take a look at CD when we next start recruiting, because things like this kick off and you suddenly spend 12 hours running about trying to figure out what is true and what is false and who the hell is lying to who here. And it's just a ton of fun. It really is one of the best things that you can do in EVE Online, in my opinion. And so yeah, you know, if you're interested in seeing the other side of the curtain, when when CD start recruiting again, probably like a few months down the line, you should really think about applying.
I would say, no, you actually make a pretty good point, right? Because earlier when we had people asking, right, so what are the benefits of joining us, right? I mean, definitely things like this don't happen very often. Actually, well, once, this is the very first time that this has ever happened in EVE, but we do shit like this all the time, and it's been great, right? So, I mean, this is one of the reasons why you should join us, because we go and have fun. We make history in this game, and it's just freaking awesome.
And I've got to drop out for dinner, guys. It's good talking to y'all. Have a good one.
See you later, bud.
Cheers for chatting, Tuzzy.
Also, remember when you're in the middle of this to get up and stretch and stay hydrated. Do your Kegels.
Oh yes, I've already gotten up and did some yoga for like 10 minutes while waiting for my ship to warp to the next hangar container.
Have you got anything good?
I have not. Personally, every container I've opened has had shuttles and modules, and I'm in a monitor since I'm with Alterari's fleet, and being in I can pick up modules.
We've been sat here watching some supers and capitals and whatnot being thrown out of cans.
Yeah, which is honestly great, because you know, we're watching out for hostiles getting in those capitals, and so far we've had a hostile Naglfar killed, a hostile Oracle killed, and a couple of unnamed, uncounted caps captured by the Imperium. So far.
I've opened 2 cans so far. One of them was empty, which I was surprised about, and then like the other one had, I don't know, like 100k units of Strunt, and that was it.
It looks like they really like Strontium.
But in all seriousness, right, guys, these cans are going to be spawning for hours and hours on end. This is the biggest feeding frenzy.
It just keeps going. Jesus Christ.
It does. All right. While everybody's looting and stuff, we were graciously donated a couple skins to give away. So I'm going to go ahead and start a new giveaway, guys. Make sure you get your ticket. Oh, did someone just try to say something?
I think it's Dirk who's going a bit robotic.
Yeah.
Might have been Dirk.
All right.
I just looted a hangar full of skins.
In nullsec, just as a reminder. Yeah, looks like.
Oh,
you're going robotic there, buddy.
Do we have a backup stream ready?
I don't know if this giveaway's running yet, Ginger.
Say that again.
So Mifune, you're part of the police fleet?
Yeah, so here with Alterari's fleet, our entire job was to stop blues from looting, but Mittens has changed the directive. At the moment, it's just if you are within the Imperium and you find a capital in your hangar, contact your local FC within your own fleet, and they will sort out having G-Soul dudes come, take it out for the Alliance. As far as anything else, it is free reign, and we currently have some methods in place right now that are preventing hostiles from getting into capital ships, methods that we won't talk about because revealing those secrets can prevent some other things from in motion. But long story short, we have our methods right now of keeping hostiles outside of the capital ships while we take them for ourselves.
The giveaway overlays on top of the overlay.
Oh no. Look, if you want to talk about overlays, man, my Eve client is absolutely shitting the bed.
Yeah, and I can't do nothing about that. I mean, I don't even know why that's on there. So deal with it.
What's even worse is I recorded the Keepstar kill in 4K, so I'm sitting here with absolutely max graphics on right now, dying at 1.5 FPS. And I seem to be getting unlucky every time I warp to a station container, somebody bubbles it up.
Now, do you have a fire extinguisher next to your computer?
I do, considering there's an ice storm in my state and my power has gone out 4 times with this fleet.
I'll stay safe, dude.
It's been a wild ride. Oh, I'm fine. My boss decided to tell everybody that work was still open for business today, in which case I told him to screw off, and I am not coming into work today with when the local airport completely shuts down. And just for a note, I live in a state with an international airport, and said international airport shut down completely because of this storm. Yet my tiny little restaurant didn't want to close.
Well, I mean, people gotta eat, right?
People should have food in their houses, man. And I hope I'm back properly now.
Yes, you are.
You are.
Oh well, that's what I told my boss. I literally just said, look, the local airport shut down themselves and canceled all incoming and outgoing flights because of this storm. And if that isn't a message enough, I'm physically telling you that I am not risking my health nor my car insurance on coming into work today.
You tell them, dude. Like, fuck the system.
In other news, a fraternity Naglfar and a Evictus, it looks like, even though they're supposed to be dead, and Evictus Rorqual has died so far, according to hostiles that have tried to steal capitals. We're doing a really, really, really good job as far as getting those hostile capitals tackled. And as far as any kind of capitals that haven't been boarded yet, we've been doing a really good job of recovering those.
Yeah, so like, as Mitten said earlier, there's going to be some slippage here, but by and large, this is an Imperium party. If you're in the Imperium, getting on here.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Not too late at all. We're going to be here for hours.
I'm trying to get myself a marshal.
I'm just trying to find something worth looting.
Well, yeah, especially because I'm sitting in a monitor and my monitor is worth 500 mil, yet everything I open is less than 500 mil. So it's like, shit. God
Jesus.
damn it.
Alright, so whoever Theoracle is, I just opened a hangar container that has your shit in it, apparently. It has a cormorant, a crucifier, a heron, and 6 velators. And that's it.
High roller.
In this hangar container.
That is a high roller in a pappy.
Jesus Christ, do you want to join the Imperium and actually get some ships, dude?
Yeah, I found one container with 10 Beastar inside.
It seems like the initiative titans are very much focusing on killing hostiles that get into capitals. Alterari's fleet at the moment is focusing on MTUs and other things. Asher Elias would be proud, by the way.
I don't understand why people are using MTUs, maybe to get the wrecks and whatnot, but they don't touch the warehouse containers.
Or probably people who dump out items to get more space.
Well, what a lot of people are doing is a lot of people aren't even ejecting from their shuttles. Like, they're just sitting by these containers and I guess just waiting for tie-dye to catch up.
Well, the thing is, if you eject from your shuttle, you then have to worry about the bubbles, right? So you can sit there and kind of open up the can in your shuttle. And I think some of these people are potentially ejecting or having the ships ejected on them. So, like, other people are turning up and ejecting the capital ships that these people in shuttles want to grab. And just the tie-dye frenzy is catching up to them here.
Well, most of the capitals that have been ejected so far, they're just empty capitals. No one has actually boarded them yet. They've just been empty. And for reasons that I can't talk about now because it would reveal some OPSEC things, but maybe after the frenzy's over, we can talk about how people can prevent others from boarding those ships.
Everyone knows.
That's public knowledge.
Well,
that's not OPSEC.
You never know when fraternity doesn't know what the hell they're doing.
They fucking know about that.
All right, whoa. Right. First up, I want to congratulate Billy Bot Burnigans, who's in Twitch chat, and also share my commiserations. Rest in piss, buddy.
I guess I found something worse.
Billy Bop, if you want to jump in and have a chat about your promotion, please go ahead and just join a comms channel here on the INN Discord server, and we'll get you in here.
Let's hear about the loot.
A console diplomatic shuttle. Oh man. I guess the
I forgot to say, you got to be semi-hard for that, though.
Never mind.
I think
Go back
the
to the other
estimated
stuff.
price is wrong.
I'm just looking through the kill mails on Z-Kill sit on the capitals that have died and all the shit that's dying. Because according to Dotland, there's 2,800 something ships died recently.
Can you just do the giveaway so that thing goes away?
Yeah, I can do it. And I was waiting for the 10-minute mark. All right. If you're not in the giveaway, that's your not paying attention, so it's your fault.
Oh, also, INN needs a lot more emotes. I keep telling this to Jay, but
Dude, I don't make the emotes. But yeah.
So for people,
I'm not saying you.
I mean,
so for people that have the bingo cards that me and Alterari made, you can officially cross off the 1 billion in shuttles murdered mark.
We need to pay
Wow.
pay for J emote.
There's been a 1.5 billion ISK in Caldari shuttles alone.
I need another beer, but that's what I need.
I need another one too, but mine are downstairs, and I do not feel like going downstairs right now when I can loot another container.
Well, you're not of legal drinking age, Mifune.
Yeah, you got to be at least 21, Mifune.
It feels like a bit like the old gamble sites.
Look,
How was your little brother's graduation, Mifune?
It was good. It was good. We had the party yesterday. The actual graduation itself is on Tuesday, which will be nice. But we had the party yesterday. It was nice. Had a couple of family, a little bit of friends come along.
What's that song they play for graduation? It's Pomp and Circumstance or whatever. You know the one I'm talking about.
I feel like I do, but I also don't.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right.
it's called.
All
right, here we go.
Yes, that is pomp and circumstance. But can we talk about some of these kills here that are coming in that we're starting to see? I've just linked in Twitch chat a pod kill of a full high grade crystal set with a bunch of actually really expensive implants, like the black market Valdemar drone nav implant, for example. They've got a drone durability implant that's worth 2 billion ISK alone.
Jesus Christ, are you serious?
Like these are some big kills that we're starting to see come in this feeding frenzy.
All right, here real quick, we're gonna do this giveaway. Giveaway's closed. Good luck. We're gonna draw 2 winners. You must DM Jinja in order to receive
Why
it.
am I being given these things?
Given what things?
Apparently that kill was a while ago, and why are we talking about?
Are you talking to us?
All right, I blame Kawahi for giving me bad intel. I'm sorry, Twitch chat. I have misled you. That was an old kill mail. Kill mail to look at, but it wasn't old kill mail.
Here, you want to see a good kill mail from a couple of minutes ago?
Shire, you must DM Jinja on Twitch in order to win it. Let me know.
There we go. I linked a kill mail and fleet of Fraternity boarding one of the oracles on grid and getting absolutely annihilated.
Oh, just what Shrar needs is more stuff.
Hey, dude. It's RNG, boy. RNG. Watch him not even be here.
I have found nothing but shuttles, and I'm severely disappointed because I was hoping to get a Marshal. And it's like, great. Everything's already lit.
Find one for you.
You know, I have entered at this point, after today, I think it is, I've put almost 1 billion in hypernets every day for the past, week to try and get a Marshal off the hypernet, and I could have just bought one by now.
Jesus. I just had a hangar container that had 10 large freight containers and 2 small freight containers in it, and that's it.
Hey, Mifu, did I tell you about my Marshal that I won with 1 ticket?
Yes, I heard. I have 4 screenshots of me having 100 tickets on the hypernet and some dude winning the Marshal for 1 ticket.
Yeah, I got that. 15 million it cost me.
Yeah, I've gotten 4 hypernet relays where some dude wins it with 1 fucking ticket, and I'm like, come on, I've entered 150 tickets. What the fuck?
I would suggest you stop now, Mifune.
Oh, I know. I need to stop gambling on the hypernet, but part of me just says, you know what would be really awesome if I told people I got to win this on the fucking hypernet.
Keep going.
Just keep going, and then it's you know that meme where it's Homer Simpson and he's really skinny and then he's got all the clips on the back of his head to hide the shit?
Yeah,
and it's just it's just I have a Marshal. I spent 15 billion on the hypernet for it.
Yo, real quick here, my phone. Someone random, you won a second skin giveaway. Please DM Jinja Flame and Twitch chat. DM Jinja Flame. You got a minute.
Oh, Father Delve, if you haven't heard, I don't work at Wendy's anymore. I work at a proper restaurant.
Mackey's.
I don't believe you.
Not after today, you don't.
Not after today, after telling my boss hell no after the crazy ice storm. Yeah, probably. Who knows?
Well, if you got an international airport in the area there, Infinity,
yeah, might as well
go.
Might as well. You know, Calexos tells me the same thing.
Can we
Calexos
get a
is like,
recap of what capitals are out?
yeah. So
why are all these baddies getting so many of them?
Well, so the thing is that you have to pre-lock the capitals as they are ejected to have the hostiles not get in them, and any capital that is getting locked by hostiles, it's being killed on the spot anyway.
Apart from that test hell.
Apart from the one test hell that's like escaped so far, but otherwise we've killed plenty of hostiles.
I don't think the hell has escaped so far. He's just sat there currently.
Really? I have a fraternity oracle that I've had that's gone down in like 10% shields every 10 seconds and then it gets repped by somebody. So I'm sure we're going to have to wear that down with its shield booster. And I'm not going to lie, I think it has its own shield repper on it. And so it's just killing itself throughout the 10% tie-dye.
Yo, real quick here. Yo, Hobby Dungeon, thank you so much for the raid of 22. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, Large Quaif Zero, I just DM'd you the winner for the second winner for that skin. Thank you once again to Klekos and to Large Quaif Zero for the skin giveaways that they graciously donated to INN. You guys, so everybody say thank you in chat. TY to those two. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys.
Ginger, where's my contract from yesterday?
Friendship League skin. They should have it in a contract already now.
Awesome.
Ginger, where's my my contract from yesterday?
I haven't got it to you, man. What the hell did you even win anyways? And I forget what you won.
I have absolutely no idea. It was right before our Vexa room. And you did
I can't fucking remember what the hell it was.
It was like skins and like 10 ships or something like that. You said I can't remember. I can't remember.
Bollocks! Sorry, guys. I've got to do some hypernets now.
Yeah, go. Go.
Bet I'll enter a couple hypernets and 10% tie-dye for good luck. Let's see.
Why not?
Any good marshals right now? I don't know.
Dude, I don't do any scamming, man. Okay, Father Delve, you have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, but we're blowing them up screaming PC. I mean, they're not getting away, dude. It's kind of hard to make sure that no many hostiles are getting into the ships, right?
So it's really hard so no matter what capital it is, even if it's Imperium, even if it's hostile, it's going to be incredibly hard to get it out of here. It's going to be a lot easier for the Imperium to kill hostile capitals because we have DPS on grid. We have the Init Titans, we have the Windrunner fleet, we have the Acids hack fleet out. Like, we got so many people in Imperium DPS ships that hostile capitals just really aren't going to make it out that well unless they get extremely lucky.
Why can I not find a marshal on here?
I don't know. There's 2 of them for 19 million a ticket, and they have like 400 tickets left. So I'm about to buy 1 ticket each.
These bubbles are highly annoying. Sorry.
Good. I hope they are.
I can't even search. The tie-dye is not even letting me search or put any filters. Well, not Marshall anyway. Should we just put in a load of random buddy hypernet?
I mean, hell, put it in random hypernets. I don't know. I don't care.
Dude, if you guys got any corpses, please send those to Ginger Flame. If you've collected any corpses, I will take those and put them in my corpse freezer.
You're one of those guys,
Oh, yeah, I'm straight up one of those guys.
I just missed the Marshal. God damn.
So I've been dealing with power outages all week, or all day, really, because of the snowstorm.
Hey guys, and I'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, it's time for me to take a break. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need food as well. I haven't had food in like 6 hours, but it's like, it's whatever.
You'll be all right.
Dirk, is your internet okay?
I think I'm doing okay.
Sounds better. Sounds better now.
I had a bit of a seizure there, did you?
A little while ago, yeah.
Oh, somebody's looking at the hypernet relay. I was like, oh, it's behind the.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I'm just looking for Mittani got me talking about marshals, and I want to get a couple marshals.
Oh, okay. Just move it off to the side, away from the live coverage thing, and you'll probably show up a little bit better, so people can see what you're looking through.
I'll go over the bottom right.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, a Nyx has been taken by Fraternity. Missed that one.
Oh my god, it's gonna die.
Well, yeah.
Like, why are we this bad at looting? I'm not.
Tie-dye. Don, if
it's not about being good or bad. It's just about
And something jumped out?
probability.
So, how do I... There's so many capitals, it's ridiculous. But is it possible to open a station container that's inside a hangar container?
No. No, it's not. It's a pretty common trick in wormholes. Throw your shit in a station container, and then it just can't be looted. Obviously, you can't loot it either because you've got to get. Like,
no, I'm a monitor. I can't loot anything unless it's a really good ship. I'm not looting shit.
No, my point is, if you throw things in a station container, you have to have a freighter there to grab the station container and take it to another place. So throwing your items into a station container is a good trick, and it's used. It was used at least years ago in wormholes to just stop people grabbing things.
Is Ginger still here?
He's just gone to grab some food.
Oh, okay. I was saying, there shouldn't be a whole lot more left to see. I mean, I would probably only run by maybe another hour or so.
Well, the station containers are going to keep spawning until downtime because of the tie-dye. So the rough math estimate is that containers will continue to spawn until tie-dye, and it has been confirmed that the Imperium fleets are going to stay here. And...
That's fine. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean to stay and watch paint dry. Essentially, watch opening cans.
Yeah. I mean, we'll probably wrap this up shortly because at the end of the day, I mean, there's only so much we can do, and I don't think any of us are going to sit here for another 12 hours, 14 hours.
Yeah. That's not feasible for pretty much anybody. I mean, if we wanted to rotate or something, that's fine, but I don't think it's. Ginger was nice enough to grace us with his time this morning, and it's been going on pretty long today already.
Yeah, I mean, 14 hours and 10% tie-dye is sort of a no-go.
That's M2 levels of Mifune taking a nap during midstream.
Yeah, true. That was funny.
Oh, dude, the second I woke up from that fight, like, when I wake up in the morning, I usually check my phone, check my Apple Watch, everything. And it's like that morning, I got up and the first thing I thought to myself was, oh shit, the sun is up and the fight is still going. So, like, I didn't even bother. I just turned on my PC. I hit the power button just to kill everything, including the stream. But I'm gonna head back to FleetCom, guys. Good luck.
Catch you in a bit. All right, be safe, buddy. So yeah, these cans are still spawning.
Oh yeah, there's loads of them still spawning. I think as Mifu said, there'll be Large Quape Zero in chat. He said that that they were spawning for between 4 and 6 hours in a wormhole.
So we can call this the spoils of the one-day war.
Yeah,
yes, we absolutely can. That's actually a really good name. The spoils of the one-day war.
I like
we
that.
weren't even involved in the one-day war, but, you know, we get the spoils.
Yeah, right.
Alrighty, folks. Well, I wanted to check in. I did our community meetup, and then.
Oh yeah, I need to still get a roundup of it.
Yeah. There's show notes, or not show notes, but notes for it.
Top.
But yeah, hope everybody had fun here hanging out and getting to check out the Keepstar and all that fun stuff. I mean,
yeah, and the craziness that's going along with it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks like there's a good chunk of ships that are on screen anyway.
Yeah. So
yeah, these are all caps that have been thrown out.
Right.
Oh, so these are the ones that were still in. These are like ones that the hulls have to be picked up and transported, right?
Yeah, these are the ones still in space. Grey ones haven't got anyone in. Ones with names next to them have.
So the ones with names are going to probably die.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
If they're not blue, anyways.
Yeah, if they're orange, yellow, or red, they're gonna die.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So currently on there we have 2 hells. We have a lot of Rorquals actually. Thanatoses, Nyx, Nomad, Aeon. Yeah, it's big loot pinata here.
Why is the loot piano a joke? I mean, I'm thinking that this is pretty damn successful, to be honest. Like, it was a pretty successful.
I'm actually kind of. What do you mean? It's what's been a joke about this? Like, we've seen at least 6 super carriers come out of this so far, and cans are still spawning.
Okay, yeah,
we knew
nobody's
this
spawning.
was going to be a long event.
Yeah.
You're talking about strategic level, low level. People have found things like hail. Hell, we had like what 1.8 trillion isks worth of
1.3 trillion isk worth of strontium.
1.3
It's
trillion
probably still lying somewhere around there.
that was just found. You know, the number of people grabbing shit out of here is intense. Local is currently somewhere around the 2,800 mark.
Yeah, it's dropping.
None of this is in terms of like Eve history a joke. This is actually nullsec history being carved out right now.
Indeed, and it's a hell of a lot of fun. We're having a blast.
I tell you what, I mean, and I know that we've had some quiet periods in the time, man, but we're all trying to loot shit in this too, just as much as we're trying to present it to you guys. And it's been a great time, to be honest.
Fuck, I'm.
Well, I should say, well, my game crashed. So, and since the Keepstar blown up, I've actually been logged out. I can't even get logged in. I probably can now since this dropped down, but I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, if you can get logged back in, I can maybe get a bit of looting done.
Alrighty, folks, I'm gonna head out. Enjoy. I wouldn't stay on too much longer, but
yeah, we're probably gonna call it in a little bit here. Life.
All right.
Yeah, we got up.
Sounds good. I definitely appreciate you all staying and hanging out for this. You know, hosts and commentators and viewers as well. Thanks so much for hanging out and enjoying your time here at INN.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Cheers, Life Shifter.
All right, take it easy, y'all.
Thanks, buddy.
See you, Life.
Later.
I mean, I've been pretty happy. I mean, but the way, I mean, and then we've had Mittens coming in, giving really good details. You know, then we've had, you know, Brisk. He's been in here trying to get some really good details. So it's, I mean, it's been a pretty good afternoon for me, to be honest, man. It's been really good.
That's been good. We've had some visits from some pretty informative people. Like we had Tuzzy talking about structures and all the GSOL sort of stuff. So we've had quite a bit of good information about that. We've had Mittens laying it down for everyone.
Fireside live on stream.
Yeah, exactly. Live Fireside on Twitch instead of on Mumble.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool too, and I thought that was pretty neat for him to do that.
like this is absolutely an historic event in nullsec, in EVE Online. It's not the same sort of historic nature as a major Keepstar fight like M2 TAC or FWST or any of the rest of that. We're not breaking any world records here. But this is the first time that an abandoned Keepstar has ever been killed in the history of EVE Online. You've got to look at that and think, hey,
for loot value,
I was
right?
part of it.
Yeah, for loot value, I think we may approach a record.
Well, if you want to get some form of loot value, you probably want to look at the MER on ISK exported from Esoteric.
We sorry, we don't recognize the MER as a valid source of numbers.
It gives you an idea.
CCP broke it more than ever.
Yeah, but it gives you some form of inkling. It's not accurate, but it gives you an inkling on maybe like a ballpark figure.
Legitimately, CCP broke the MER in the December MER more than they've ever broken it before, and it was pretty broken before. So, yeah, we don't talk about that right now.
Right, and you can warp to the containers if you can get to one quick enough.
My best, if you're looking at looting on something like this, you're probably best sitting within warp range, but keeping an eye on where they all are. As soon as the second one spawns, warp to it. Instead of going to one that's got loads of people around.
Alright, so I've not been trolled by this particular kill mail. I know that Kawahi was a questionable person earlier on, but I've not been trolled by this particular kill mail. I've thrown that in Twitch chat. That is a test Nidhogger that appears to have been looted and then warped off to a gate and then got caught by Init. Or
caught by Titans, ouch.
Just generally, that's what I'm reading from the kill mail there. Rip that carrier, I guess.
I think I'd pay for that as well, Father Delph. That would be pretty cool. A podcast with Joe Rogan, Olmeca Gold, Maxwell, and Alex Jones.
Oh dear lord, why would you ever give any of those people, like, oxygen?
I think it'd be. I think that'd be quite funny. Who the fuck are these guys? Oh my god. My mouse is doing some funky thing.
I can see that. All right, guys. We are going to go ahead and call it. So INN and the team does really thank you all for showing up today. Obviously, this is going to go for hours and hours and hours. I'm sure there'll be other streamers on that will go ahead, and if they're able to make it here, you know, to go ahead and observe it. I myself will be back on later this evening. Not on INN, but on my channel. And really appreciate you guys. Don, Dirk, you know, you guys bring in some really good information. Greggles, and I really appreciate you all being here today. So that way, I believe it's let me look at this real quick. Yeah, so that way, Galaxer, if I said your name right, man, but how do you pronounce your name? Galaxia. So that way he can actually go looting because we're watching him right now. So thank you guys so much. Have a great evening. We are going to be out. Do we normally raid somebody? That I don't know.
We can probably find somebody to raid, but yeah, thank you all for watching INN's breaking news coverage of the Artak A Keepstar kill. This was the first ever abandoned Keepstar kill in nullsec, and yeah, we've streamed for 5-ish hours, 4.5-ish hours tonight. We will be back with you
We
Again,
appreciate each and
next
every one of you.
weekend,
Thank you.
no doubt.
Yeah, it was a really good time, actually. I really actually enjoyed myself. I thought this was pretty fun. So,
yeah, cheers for coming, guys. And again, for the big hype train and everything like that, much appreciated.
yeah, and the follows, the subs, everything. I mean, it was just crazy today. So it was really awesome. I'm trying to figure out who we should raid.
Well, Pando's live.
Oh, Panda.
Okay. Panda's a good choice for sure. Thank you all for watching our coverage, and we will see you actually Thursday for Theta Thursdays ahead of Push to Talk next Saturday and the Meta Show next Saturday as well.
Okay. I actually don't have permission to raid. Can one of y'all do it? Are one of you able to do it?
Oh my god.
I don't have permission to do that action. Never mind. That's a life shifter job.
Is it
where the fuck is Brisk?
Brisk life? Anybody? No, right. Well, they're all gone. So, guys, but go ahead and head over to Pando. Sorry, but I do got to just end stream right where it's at.
Just give me 2 seconds.
Oh, 2 seconds. Okay. Oh, that'll work. Yeah. Everybody go over there.
Brisk raid Pando.
Could someone raid Pando for me? Not senior enough? No, I'm not senior enough for sure.
No. We're only moderators.
Yeah.
Just push button.
Is this
please?
Jinja you're
Somebody
hearing?
push button.
Yes, this is Jinja you're hearing. Here, I'm gonna yell at Life. Life, fucking.
He had to disappear like 5 minutes.
I know, dude. How are you doing?
Yes, guys, you are seeing the absolute professionalism that we always display here at INN.
Dude, I wasn't even supposed to stream this.
100% prepared.
Yeah, I was not even prepared for this. But you know what? It turned out pretty good, so I'm not going to complain. I mean, but it was fun. So, but it was great.
I swear to God, is nobody around that can raid?
I don't think there is, dude.
Don't worry about it. We'll just I'll just link Pando's channel again. Head over to there. He's doing some PvP. I think some solo PvP or something like that. Head over there. He's a really good streamer.
Ginger stealing souls, absolutely, 100%. All right, guys, everybody, click on that link. Tell them where you came from. Much love. We'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you once again for everything tonight. Thank you for all the commentators that also came along. Really appreciate it. This has been an INN broadcast. Have a good evening.
Cheers, guys.